A solitary point separates the Leeward Islands Hurricanes and the visiting TNT Red Force as they clash in Sugar City, looking to take sole leadership after what is expected to be 4 days of intense cricket. The Leewards are perched atop the standings on 45.4 points, while the Red Force is on 44.4 as both teams go into the round with 2 wins each. Let's join our commentators at Warner Park.
Important round 3 game between Leeward Islands, Captain Cornwall, Trinidad and Tobago. We have Captain De Silva, we have match referee Rollins and Auguste, who is our third umpire here today. We'll have the toss, Leewards will spin the coin, and then we'll have a call. Toss won by Trinidad and Tobago. Congratulations on winning the toss, Skipper De Silva. What are you going to do?
Yeah, we'll have a bat first today.
And what about changes to your team?
One change, Jed Gully is out and Vikash Mohan comes in to open the batting. Yeah, that's it.
Okay, you have played here before, so you know the surface. No hesitation in batting first.
It looks like a good wicket. Hopefully we could make use of the conditions and what the pitch has to offer, and hopefully it spins later on in the day so our spinners can come into it.
Congratulations and go well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Skipper Cornwall, you lost the toss.
Yeah, I would have batted first as well. It looked like a flat wicket. We just have to go there and utilize whatever might is there for us.
What about changes to your team?
We have one change, Azawi Josephine for Ocean Thomas. Sorry, 2 changes. Daniel Durham is in for Kezran Archibald.
Okay, 2 changes to your team, and of course, Graves had to go home to bury his grandmom.
Yeah, so he's not available for this round, so hopefully he will be for the next one.
Well, congratulations, you're 2-0, Trinidad and Tobago are 2-0. Today's game might make the difference. Thank you very much, Captain. Toss to Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. They will bat first.
A pleasant good morning from the beautiful Warner Park Stadium here in Bastia, St. Kitts. We're about to see the third round match between the Leewards and Trinidad and Tobago being played here at Warner Park. We can tell you from the onset that the Trinidad and Tobago captain won the toss and decided to bat here at Warner Park. The strip is looking good. The outfield is looking beautiful as well. And we should be having an excellent day's play here at Warner Park. I've been joined by Earl Spitton. Earl, good morning and welcome to Warner Park.
Well, good morning, Gary. Good morning to all our listeners. As you said, the strip is looking quite pristine, looks good for batting. But of course, there's some overhead conditions. We have a few clouds around. We would have had a slight show just before the toss was taken earlier on. And the sun is not fully out as yet. And one wonders if the existing conditions would assist the fast bowlers in the opening burst. But nevertheless, the outfield looks very fast. And the track is looking good, so it looks like good conditions in which to bat.
Well, excellent toss to win. As usual, the strip here at Warner Park has always been a good batting strip. So the 2 umpires are making their way out. And I'm sure Earl Smith will go through the teams for you. The Red Force team batting first after winning the toss. So the 2 umpires are making their way into the middle. And we see the 2 openers for the Red Force team is also ready to come onto the field of play. So the play is about to start here at Warner Park. Third round encounter. Leeward's coming off a victory. Also the Red Force team as well. So both teams coming off victory in the second round match and will want to take the ascendancy early here at Warner Park. As you see the Leeward's team being led onto the field by Captain Rakeem Cornwall, and the 2 openers for the Red Force team are also on the field. And so we're about to see the start of the first day's play here at Warner Park as the sun comes out here in all its brilliance, even though we have some high clouds. No immediate threat of rain here at Warner Park. It's windy as well. It has been a windy morning, a windy couple of days here in the Federation. And so the wind, I'm sure, will play a factor in terms of what happens on the field of play. Earl?
Yes, and just to take a look at the teams, as you rightly said, both teams coming off victories in the second round. In fact, both teams undefeated so far in round 1 and 2. Trinidad and Tobago, of course, winning their 2 matches by an innings. And so they would have batted just twice in 2 matches. The Leewards, on the other hand, they would have won both of their matches, batting 4 times. In fact, in the last match, chasing a target of 156 against Jamaica. And they got home losing some 6 wickets. But for Leewards, it's Raheem Cornwall, captain, Hayden Walsh, vice captain, Kadeem Henry, Michael Louis, Kareem Gore, Joel Andrew, Jamal Hamilton, Jeremiah Louis, Alzari Joseph, Daniel Durham, and Casey Carty. Leewards, of course, making 2 changes from their last match. Colin Archibald being left out, and also O'Shane Thomas. So 2 fast bowlers being left out, and we had Alzari Joseph coming in, and Daniel Durham also. So very strong spin-based attack, the Leewards.
So we see the first delivery. So we are on track here at Warner Park. The first delivery played into the onside for single. So it's good to see Alzari Joseph coming back into the team after his exploits in the T20 International in Dubai. He's back, and I'm sure he will want to make his mark here for the Leewards and the West Indies, Smitten.
Yes, certainly. And he, no doubt, would be looking to, get right back into things here, get right back into action. Of course, he's up against a team which has been in very good form. The top half of the Trinidad batting has been very good so far this season.
So Cooper has already made a century for the Red Force team. I'm sure we want to continue the good batting. And the Leewards, on the other hand, would want to restrict the Trinidad and Tobago team, want to pick up some early wickets, but looking from the distance, looking to be a very good batting strip here at Warner Park. And the Leewards, they're opening the bowling with the West Indies experienced speedster Alzari Joseph. So we have some 4 slips, and there's a point, there's a cover, and there's a forward short leg and a mid-on on the onside. So the sun is out here at Warner Park. This is a 3rd on encounter, and a delivery on the pad goes down to short leg. So it would be a very interesting first session of play, as the Red Force team that would have won the toss and without hesitation decided to bat here on what appeared to be from the onset a good batting strip.
Yes, certainly. And just to give you a look at the Trinidad and Tobago team, the Red Force team, it's Amir Jango, Anderson Phillip, Brian Charles, Cephas Cooper, Jason Mohammed, Jaden Seals, Joshua De Silva, he's the captain. Then there's Joshua James, Carrie Peer, and we have the openers there. Well, one of the openers, Vikash Mohan and Yannick Karaya. That's the Trinidad and Tobago team. And leaving out from the last match, Jaid Cooley. And he, of course, would have gotten a century so far in this year's tournament. He would have scored 121 against the combined campuses and colleges. So Trinidad and Tobago having the luxury of leaving out a batsman who has scored a century in this year's tournament so far.
Is that an indication of the strength of the TNT batting?
Having said that, though, Zaid Cooley, he would have scored, well, he made a duck in the last encounter against the Windward Islands, but left out of this encounter. And, of course, very important match for both of these teams. Both teams undefeated. But the Leewards in top position on account of bonus points.
So Joseph is bowling the first over from that far end, and the Red Force will be hoping to get a good start. So first over has been completed, quiet over, and we saw Joseph just holding a line just on about the off stump and a short of a good length, and a pretty quiet over first up.
Yes, a good start by Joseph, looking to just bowl a good line and length, not trying too much in the over so far. And based on what we have seen from the track so far, Gary, seems to be a nice track on which to bat first. Of course, ball coming through at a good bounce, and good carry through to the keeper. Leeward's, of course, having collected some 13.4 bonus points so far. Guyana in second place, 13.2, and Trinidad and Tobago 12.4 bonus points. Rather interesting, Gary. These three teams undefeated so far in this year's tournament, but the bonus points, of course, putting the Leeward Islands in front. And it's interesting. The Trinidad and Tobago, their two matches they would have won by an innings in both of their matches, and yet they are in third position. One wonders if something should not be in place for such performances.
So Louis is opening from the media center end. A delivery which just played into the offside, and it has gone into the boundary. A loosener from Louis, and was played into the offside by Cephas Cooper. And that's Mohan, as a matter of fact, played it into the offside 4. So with that 4, the total has gone to 5. A loosener first up from Jeremiah Louis.
Yes, and for a batsman, Mohan, who has been scoring, in fact, he would have played the first match and then left out in the second match, but in the first match he would have scored some 66 runs. So he has some form, and for a batsman who is in form, that was really a gift.
So Louis, who had a good season last year, would want to come back and get some wickets. And so he'll want to continue to make his mark, continue to keep his name in the selector's book. And so I'm sure he would want to pick up some wickets, lots of wickets. I don't think he has picked up many wickets so far for this season. This is the third round of the match. He's on his home turf. I'm sure he'll want to do well and pick up some wickets and keep his name in the West Indies book, the West Indies selectors.
Well, he has picked up some 4 wickets so far this season. And against the Academy in the first innings, he had 1 for 40. And against Jamaica, he would have picked up 3 for 44. So far he has 4 wickets, conceding 112 runs. And he has bowled some 41 overs so far.
So we have 3 slips for Jeremiah Louis. Just a better delivery on the stumps, push back down the strip. And there is no chance of run. A third round match, the West Indies competition well and truly on. We have seen that there will be some competition for places, especially at the top of the order. We are seeing that John Campbell has come back. He made a century in that last encounter. I'm sure he will want to keep his name close to the selectors as well.
Not only a century, Gary, he also made a half century in the second innings.
And so the batters, the openers, they want to make some runs. Jeremiah Louis has some work to do. Mikhail Louis has some work to do. And so the captain of the West Indies team came back, made a solid century against the West Indies Academy as well.
Double.
And so making runs. So you have to make runs in the regional competition to get yourself in contention for the West Indies team. It will be an interesting series, interesting for the competition. Louis, delivery keeping low outside the off stump, taken low down by Jamal Hamilton. So we're in the second over, and it is 6 6 without loss. TNT after winning toss and deciding to bat.
No surprise there, of course. And speaking of openers, Cooper himself, as you would have mentioned earlier, Gary, he's in retraining form, having batted twice and scored some 197 runs, 117 and 80, and averaging 98.5. And he, of course, is also an opener. So
the second over has been completed in this third round encounter here at Warner Park between the TNT Red Force and the Leeward Islands Hurricanes playing here at Warner Park. And you see the children on the football field doing their exercises. Most likely be having a couple of youth matches today. And so Alzari Joseph will continue from that far end. And Raheem Cornwall, the leader of the pack for the Leewards. And as you would have indicated, 3 spinners. And the 3 spinners are in the slips, first, second, and third. You have Cornwall, Durham, and Walsh. And I'm sure they're looking to extract some spin after the Warner Park pitch, delivery on the onside. And Jamal Hamilton, the experienced campaigner for the Leewards, will want to continue to make runs. He would have gotten a half century ready for the season, but you want to see the younger batters, the younger players get amongst runs. Joel Andrew will want to continue to do well. Casey Carty has come back into the team after the tour of Pakistan, will want to make some runs as well.
Joel Andrew, of course, has had 2 half centuries so far this season. Casey Carty yet to get some runs, despite the fact that he would have had some starts. And he would have had 22 and 34 in the match against Jamaica. But Leeward's going for a spin-based attack, Gary. The spin bowlers, of course, they would have taken most of the wickets for the Leeward so far. Cornwall has 14, and Hayden Walsh Jr. has 7. And the next man in line would be Colin Archibald, who has picked up 6 wickets so far. And perhaps thinking that the Warner Park track is a fairly docile track, opting to go for the extra spinner today.
So Alzari will continue from that far end. We saw the previous delivery, kept a bit low, coming back in towards the right-handed Mohan. He got down hard on it, probably got an edge onto the pad. So he will have to keep his eyes on the deliveries from Joseph, who is bowling from that far end. So yes, the Leewards, they have, in terms of the spinners, that they have been taking most of the wickets, and at Warner Park as well, we know that it is a batting strip, and most times the spinners, they have a lot of work to do. And the Leewards, they have included 3 spinners in the attack. So Alzari would want to keep things tight, would want to break the partnership, get an early wicket and try and put some pressure on the Red Force. As you look at we saw the point standing, just a matter of 0.2 of a point separating the first and second. And the bonus points really playing a very integral part in terms of the standing, and you would have indicated that the Red Force winning the 2 matches, but they're in third. But the bonus points is what is making the difference, Smitten.
Yes, certainly. Just marginal differences really, but making a difference nevertheless. So this, of course, makes this match a very critical, at least this round. Oh, that's a good one.
Short delivery, just testing out the pitch here at Warner Park. And the batter, Mohan, just ducked underneath it, allows it to go through, to be taken behind by the keeper. So Alzari testing the pitch. That one got up. And the batter kept his eyes on it and just ducked underneath it, allowed to go through, to be taken behind by Hamilton.
This is a door by Trinidad and Tobago Red Force to bat. So far seems to be a good one. We have not seen anything untoward from the track so far.
So it's windy here at Warner Park, and a wide delivery. The batter Mohan went after it. And over number 2 has been completed. Over number 3, 6 without loss. with Mon. He is on 6, and Cephas Cooper has faced 9 deliveries, not it off the mark.
Gary, both openers for Trinidad and Tobago, rather diminutive players. And they normally say that batsmen who are short would cut well. They play the short deliveries, especially short deliveries outside off quite well. They cut well. We saw an attempted cut shot there by the batsman Mohan, and he missed it completely. But so far, so good for Trinidad and Tobago.
So Louis will continue from this immediate center end. And it's punched away, and it will go into the boundary for 4. Another delivery wide, and gave the batsman some room, and he played it square the wicket. That's Cephas Cooper, so he's off the mark with that boundary. Another loosener from Jeremiah Lou offside the off stump, and the batter Cooper just pounced on it and got it down towards the boundary for 4.
Well, right on cue, I was just speaking about diminutive batsman being able to play square of the wicket, being able to cut well. And he got one which was a bit loose from Louis and put it away.
So Louis will have to keep a tighter line. This one is closer. And we're still in the heart of the cruise season. 2 ships, cruise liners at the port at Port Zante. And the waters around St. Kitts and Nevis is choppy. We just saw one of the ferries making their journey across from Nevis. Very choppy conditions for the boaters in and around St. Kitts and Nevis. But things are looking quite calm and quiet inside Warner Park Stadium, where the Red Force would have won the toss and decided to bat. And Cooper, I'm sure, would want to continue to make runs. As I would have indicated, still some openings at the top of the order. No one has cemented their place in the West Indies team as such. The captain, Brathwaite, is still there. He was looking for a partner, even though his exploits at the international level in recent times have not been excellent. But he has come back in the regional competition and making runs, so the other batters would have to make runs to put pressure on him. Testing delivery from Jeremiah Lewis short. Cephas Cooper thought about it, but just pulled out of the shot and allowed the goal to be taken behind by the keeper. So we have seen both opening bowlers trying to test the pitch here at Warner Park Spitting.
Yes, but that one by Louis was rather innocuous. It was shot more or less outside the line. The batsman just had to swerve away from it and allowed it through to the keeper. In fact, it bounced quite high. And the batsman being very short. So this have to play.
This time he's in behind a good delivery. So in terms of the weather conditions around Smitten, it's indicated the sea's choppy and it's windy. So you can see the ocean in the background. You can see the waves.
Well, as you look at the shots of some of the players out there, they are sort of billowing in the wind, which suggests that there's a strong breeze out there on the field also. How much this would assist the bowlers left to be seen, but things seems to be quite normal out there in terms of the bowling attack.
So another over has been completed, so it's 10 without loss. Mohan is on 6 and Cephas Cooper is on 4, and Alzari Joseph will be continuing from that far end. And you see the original Deepwater port in the background. That's where the cargo containers would dock. But it's choppy seas around St. Kitts and Nevis, I'm sure. Throughout the Leewards, there's been windy. And you see Nevis Peak in the distance, hazy conditions looking in the distance across to Nevis. So we still have 4 slips. Alzari Joseph will bowl to Mohan. We'll get a single into the offside. So pretty quiet conditions here in terms of run scoring in this third encounter here at Warner Park between the Leewards and the Red Force. Red Force winning the toss and batting. And so far things looking pretty easy. They have all day to bat, so there's no need to rush. This is not a 2020, so you have the entire day to bat, and you want to see your openers putting their heads down, or their batters in general putting their heads down and batting and playing some long innings. We have been getting accustomed to the shorter formats in the 2020, where the batters just go helter-skelter from ball one, but this is a longer format for the competition. You want to spend some time in the middle.
Oh yes, most definitely. And just one comment though, Brathwaite would tell you that he played a match, what could be defined as a match-winning innings in Pakistan when he got a half-century and put the West Indies in a winning position. So you might have said that he needs to get some runs. He certainly does, but he certainly has, to use his own words, he certainly was brave in that match.
Yes, he did, and he played an important innings. But generally, in the last year or so, his exploits at the international level has not been that. I'm sure that he would have wanted to do better. But as I indicated, he has come back in the regional competition. He has made runs. The other openers are not really putting any pressure. So his spot in the West Indies team, I don't think is under any pressure right now. The other opening spot is what persons I'm sure will be looking at.
Well, you said it last year, but for quite some time now, Brathwaite has not been too consistent. That's a wasted bouncer, though.
The wide delivery has been signaled by umpire Carl Tuckett at the far end. That one was dug in halfway down or less than half down the pitch, just beyond the toe of the bowler Joseph, and a wide was signaled by umpire Carl Tuckett. So extras, that's the one, and a total 12 without loss.
Speaking of Carl Tuckett, his son just got his maiden first-class century, and he got it against a very good team to Barbados. Young Tuckett, wicketkeeper batsman from Nevis.
Yes, he has been playing for the West Indies Academy. Yes, last year he had a pretty good season, both in front and behind the stumps, and he would want to continue to perform well, and only good performances can catch the eyes of the selectors. So you want to continue to make runs. It doesn't matter whether it's in a losing format. You want to always make runs, and the youngster has had a good time with the West Indies Academy. He would want to continue to make runs.
And Joel Andrew, of course, who we know is also a wicketkeeper, he has not been done in the gloves in recent times. Without concentrating on his batting. So, young Carl Tuckett, young Carlon Tuckett. There are opportunities for him, of course, going forward. Of course, we just saw West Indies changing the wicketkeeper. The Silva was left out, although he was vice captain in Pakistan, and Imlak played both test matches.
Yes, so the players, this is the competition that you would select a team to play in the test matches. So you want to perform well at all times. And Alzari Joseph would want to perform well, because he too, in terms of his bowling, would want to be tighter. And sometimes he has a tendency in international cricket to be a bit too expensive. So he too will have some work to do in terms of his bowling and how he can bowl a better line and length and put pressure on the batters. So it's slightly overcast here at Warner Park, some dark high cloud, no immediate threat. And so this is the third round encounter between the Red Force and the Leeward Islands Hurricane. When these teams would have met last year, the Leewards would have won that encounter, as Joseph will be looking to break the partnership. Cephas Cooper, the shoulder arms from the end of over number 5, 12 without loss. Red Force batting first here at Warner Park.
Yes, quite start by TNT Red Force. But what has been good about their batting so far, though, is that anything loose, they have been able to put away. And they have picked up a few boundaries so far. And like you said earlier on, lots of time in this game. It's a 4-day encounter. And Trinidad and Tobago, they have had some good performances from their top order. And no doubt they'll be hoping to continue in this vein in this match. They'll be hoping to get a good opening stand after opting to bat, winning the toss.
So Jeremiah Louis will continue from this media center end. So in other matches today, the Windwards coming up against combined campuses and colleges, Barbados versus Jamaica, and Guyana versus the West Indies Academy. So these are the matches that have been played in the third round encounter in terms of the West Indies 4-day championship.
Windwards has been a bit of a surprise to me this year, Gary. They have lost both of the opening matches. We know in the past the Windwards team has been a force to be reckoned with. And in fact, in one match, they would have scored 166. I think that was against Trinidad and Tobago. And out of that 166, Kevin Hodge, he would have scored 126. And not doing, in fact, losing by an innings and quite a number of runs in that particular game. They're not doing well so far.
So we have 8 teams with the West Indies Academy and the combined campuses and colleges, making up the other 2 teams. Normally have the traditional 16, but the traditional teams, we have 8 teams in this year's competition. So you have a couple more matches to consolidate or to make some runs. And Red Force would want to continue to make runs. We're in over number 6. It is 15 without loss. Quiet period of play. And Jeremiah Louis, I'm sure would want to continue to be tight, keep things tight on what seems to be a very good batting strip here at Warner Park.
Well, for the second time in the over, Gary has been driven out towards cover. Batsman this time will probably pick up 3 runs, but over pitching a second time in the over.
And I love the shot made by Cephas Cooper. It was over pitch on the off stump, and he just drove it through extra cover and was able to pick up 3 runs. So Jeremiah Louis so far this morning has not really looked that threatening, and maybe Cornwall probably looking to change the bowling attack from this media center, and we'll have to wait and see how long he will continue with the Pacers. But we're still over number 6, so maybe you want to give the opening bowlers a good run in terms of getting the focus right.
None of the opening bowlers have looked threatening. Both batsmen have looked quite comfortable at the crease so far. So perhaps it might not be too long before we see at least one spinner into the attack. And speaking of point standings, the Hurricanes are in first position. They have 45.4 points. Guyana second, 45.2. Trinidad and Tobago third, 44.4. Scorpions, they are fourth, 29.4.
Just a short delivery was pulled away by Mohan, short, and just pulled it through forward or square for 4. And you look at it on the monitor, it was short. He was asking to be hit, and Mohan just swiveled inside it and swung it through forward or square for 4 to bring up the end of that over. 22 without loss. Red Force batting first.
Good shot by Mohan, and what he did well, he played on top of the bounce, kept it down, and got it down to backward square for a good 4. And certainly a good start here by Trinidad and Tobago. Both batsmen looking rather comfortable.
So Joseph will continue from that far end, that's the Lozak Road end. And you can see the tarpaulin which is used as the side screen at the far end, fluttering in the breeze. Just one or two spectators, a few spectators, just a couple spectators looking at this encounter, regional competition. Not being well advertised, Smitten. This game, you can't recall hearing any promotion in terms of encouraging the persons to come out to look at the regional competition. In days gone by, you hear lots of promotion and persons would want to come out to see these matches. You want to see the returning West Indies players, but nowadays nothing like that is happening, Smitten.
Oh, yes, certainly not. And sometimes I get the impression that these matches are not too well advertised. But then again, having said that, folks nowadays they are more happy, they're more comfortable with a diet of 2020 matches, and these matches do not draw much attention from spectators here in St. Kitts.
Another wide delivery shot on the onside. But if you're interested in cricket and the development of the test matches, if you want to continue to see our test team improve, you also want to have the spectators come on out to look at the players and to encourage them. I'm sure players would want to know that they are being supported by their fans, and would want persons to come out and look at them and see how they are developing.
Well, that is easy to say, Gary. But unfortunately, for one, I do not think that cricket is properly advertised in these parts. And secondly, spectators' interest. Not much cricket being played locally, of course. So there's not much interest.
And Joseph continues to test the pitch, continue to bowl short. And that has been a feature of Alzari Joseph bowling over the years. He has tendency at times to be bowling a bit too short. I have seen a couple of short deliveries in this over so far.
Short, but innocuous, not really testing the batsman. And ball ballooning over the head of the batsman. And certainly those sort of deliveries would not really put any pressure on any good batsman. Batsman just have to look at it going through over the head. In fact, one already signaled a wide.
So he will try once more from that far end. And the ball coming off the leg of the field at cover, extra cover. Thought about the single, was Cephas Cooper, was sent back by Mohan. So Aljari Joseph would want to get back on a tight line on the off stump. You have 3 slips. You will want to make use of those 3 slips. This means you want to try and get some movement away from the right hander and make use of the 3 slips. You have the captain Cornwall at first slip. You have Durham at second, and Hayden Walsh Jr. third. And at fourth slip we have the young Joel Anju. So the 3 spinners are in the slip cordon, first, second and third, as the sun comes back out here at Warner Park. And solidly in behind a delivery on the off stump. And Cephas Cooper seemed to be thinking in his head that he will want to make a good score here on this excellent batting strip here at Warner Park. You would have seen last year where the homeboy Louis would have made 2 centuries here at Warner Park. And I'm sure Cephas Cooper will be thinking he would want to do likewise.
Chuck, of course, threadbare, not a blade of grass in it. And you speak of movement, but no lateral movement as yet. You've seen Joseph bringing a couple back into the batsman, but, the pitch not offering any lateral movement to the bowlers.
All right, so over number 7 has been completed, 23 without loss. After Earl Spinner, you heard the voice of Carlisle Powell.
So 23 for no loss. And welcome Carlisle Powell to the mic. Good morning, Carlisle. And so far so good for Trinidad and Tobago. I see one of your female team members just going across the field there. Leeward Islands, of course. But certainly a good start, Carlisle, by the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, winning the toss and electing to take first knock.
And an expected decision at Warner Park. You win the toss, you think about it, and then you bat. And if the pitch is slightly damp, you think just a second longer and you bat.
Oh, certainly.
And if it is wet, you win, you think about it, and you still bat.
Still bat.
We're seeing the first
Lots of
change.
thought there, though, Carlisle.
Yes, momentary.
Momentary.
We're seeing the first change of the inning, though. Daniel Doran, who is into the side for this game, comes in to replace Jeremiah Louis, who has had a very ordinary first spell.
Yes, very ordinary indeed. Durham will pick up the attack from the media center end. We see he has a slip and forward short leg in place, and there's also a backward point. Starts well, tosses up. This one is pushed into the offside.
He's a wicket taker. He has done a lot of work for the Leewards over the years and has a history of taking wickets.
I think, in fact, he would have had a haul of some 7 wickets at one point. Really starting well. Another good delivery, which is defended into the offside by Cooper. But Carlisle, the Trinidad and Tobago openers, looking rather solid. They have started well. They have been putting away the bad deliveries. Durham over pitches and put away there by Cooper. Swung over mid-wicket and swung, in fact, 6 on signal. We see Joseph signaling 4 and umpire Jacqueline Williams signaling 6. So, in fact, she's changing her decision now. But a bad delivery, though.
It was a gift. It was a full toss, and the batsmen are in, saw it early, played it well, and brought himself another boundary.
So, not good there from Durham. Toss is up, driven nicely to short extra cover. Joel Andrews there fielding. So, Carlisle, your thoughts on Leeward Islands leaving out Seamer and opting to go for the extra spinner? Durham once more. And pushes up to Carty, who fields.
Not just a seamer, they left out 2 seamers.
Yes,
O'Shane Thomas and Archibald were both left out. Warner Park traditionally where the spinners do well.
Well, in terms of taking on the pad, that's a close one. Given was playing back, neither forward, now back in fact, and seemed to have been struck in front. From my vantage point here, and umpire Jacqueline Williams raised that dreaded finger, and Leeward Islands drawing first blood, picking up their first wicket with the score on. I'll get that for you in a while.
27.
27.
It went straight on Smitten. I think he was playing for a little bit of turn, and there was none of that. Very clever bowling by Daniel Doran. It went straight on. The appeal was unanimous. It was loud. Umpire Jackie just had a careful look at it. And I want to say that from our vantage point, Earl, even if we had the referral system and that had been referred, it would have been hitting the wickets.
Oh, yes, certainly. As you said, that one went straight on. Probably looking for one spinning away, but certainly that one with the arm went straight on and struck him straight in front. Leg before to Durham. And Leeward Islands picking up an early wicket. The advent of Durham bringing an early rewards for Trinidad and Tobago.
And this is what he brings to this Leeward Islands bowling setup, Doran. He bowls a lot of overs, and it's quite economical as well in his bowling, and he's a wicket taker. And so on this pitch, which traditionally does not offer a great deal to the fast bowlers, I suggest that the spinners are going to have to do a lot of bowling.
Well, speaking of lot of bowling, Carlisle, what I've noticed too is that Cornwall, for example, has done quite a bit of bowling, almost doubling some of the other bowlers for the Leeward so far. He has set down 70.3 overs, and he has picked up the most wickets for the Leeward Islands so far, 14 wickets for 182 runs. But the new batsman is Django, and he has had a good score in the one inning he has played so far for Trinidad and Tobago. Coming back from Pakistan, he would have scored some 84 runs in the only inning in which he batted. So he's in some form.
And he's a good player, and he would know this Leeward's unit because, of course, he was a part of it. He was based here in St. Kitts for some time. And so he would know the Leeward's players. He would know this pitch at Warner Park.
Oh, yes, certainly. Certainly. And I have a good partner who keeps saying that Leeward Islands always, they do have a habit of producing players from other countries that go on to do well further down the road. We could think of Django. As Joseph will continue, driven back to him. He knocks it down, there's no run.
I tell you something about Joseph. The pace this morning has looked good, but he has tended to bowl just a little bit too short. I have no problems with him testing out the bouncers, but he needed just to bring it a little bit more online and a little fuller in length so that it would force the batsmen to play. A lot of the times they didn't have to play.
Yes, certainly, and in fact, Django himself, these batsmen are short stature, so most of the short pitch deliveries they have been going over their heads and not really troubling the batsman.
That's better, shorter, but more direct, and forcing Mohan to play at that one.
We see 4 slips still in place, and one wonders if that is a bit extravagant. 4 slips, backward point, extra cover, mid-on, short backward square. There's also long leg, but Cornwall has kept his 4 slips. For Joseph, we have not seen anything really going towards those slips of Carlisle, as Joseph continues from the far end. This one is pushed and brilliantly fielded there by Casey Carty, diving to his left at backward point and preventing any run. Good bit of work there by the young man. In fact, that's not Carty, that's Henry. Doing a very good job there.
If it had gone past him, that certainly would have challenged the boundary. Excellent bit of fielding.
Normally, we will see someone like Hayden Waltz in that position, but he is at 3rd slip. So Joseph going a bit fuller. This one is pushed into the onside square of the wicket. And there's no run. So Leeward Islands losing the toss and having to field first. As Carlisle said, there was slight hesitation, just slight hesitation about batting by Trinidad and Tobago. But they have been in good form this season.
Probably lasted a 1/10 of a second.
I would imagine so.
As soon as the match referee said, heads, your call, he said, I'm batting.
Oh, yes, the track looks pretty good for batting, too. Stands out rather bare, no grass left on the track.
We had more grass for the Bangladesh series that we covered.
Oh, yes, certainly. And one wonders if, they should leave a bit of grass on the track. Leave just a little something there for the bowlers. Making it, you see countries are Short lifting once more, going down the onside. And Mohan is under that, and it goes to the keeper.
That's the one I'm talking about. I want to see him bring that up about a yard fuller, because it will then challenge the batsman to play. But short as it is, harmlessly going over his head, he can simply take evasive action and no problems there.
So, Carlisle, in terms of pitches, we have seen on the international scene pitches being doctored to favor the home team. In several cases, backfiring. But I always believe that, when a pitch is prepared, you should prepare it as normal, probably leave a bit there, so that the pitch will stand up for whether 4 or 5 days, as this one is defended by Django. And recently we're seeing countries, Pakistan for example, Sri Lanka. Django is stepping out and lifting this one over long on, and 4 runs, 1 bounce into the boundary. That's a good shot by Django.
Very decisive. He saw it early, came out, got to the pitch of it, and there was a mid-on in place, so he had no fears. But the captain has now decided that mid-on should stay at long on, and so Django will have to rethink that particular shot. But good shot, 4 runs.
Long on, but not right back on the boundary. Django is pulling and pulling well. This would be more runs for Django, and it's 6 runs this time. This time over square leg. It was short. He was back, swiveled into his wicket, and swung it down to the square leg position for 6.
Yeah, just losing the plot a little bit there, Doran. The first one caused Django to use his feet to come out and hit it over mid-on. Good calculated shot. But this time around, he pulled it down a little bit too short, and so gave Django the opportunity to hit it over square for 6.
37 for 1. Django has rushed to 10. And Mohan, he is on 12. And we had just 1 batsman going. That of Cooper. Swept away, out towards mid-wicket this time, crosses the boundary, and 4 more. So very expensive so far.
And good sensible batting. Again, it was outside the line of the off stump, and so he was using the sweep shot very effectively. Got over it, smothered it, and there was nobody down at the backward square, so it was going to be an easy 4 runs. So 14 runs in the last 3 deliveries from Doran. Good batting here by the new batsman Django.
41 for 1. We're over number 10. And he's driving. This time it's in the air. Inside portion of the bat. More of a thick inside edge. And he picks up 2 runs. But obviously, Django is bent on going after Doran. Looking to hit him out of the attack.
Good piece of bowling there by Doran that time. Didn't quite get to the pitch of it, but it landed safely at mid-wicket.
This time he's defending. He's already picked up some 12 runs from the over, so no need to be foolish at this point. So a very good over there for Trinidad and Tobago. 16 runs coming from that over. And all 16 runs to Django. 43 it is now for 1, Trinidad and Tobago.
And Doran is 1 for 20 after his 2 overs being attacked there in a very measured way by Django in that last over. And so Trinidad and Tobago losing the first wicket at 27. They have recovered from that. They are 43 for the loss of 1. 10 overs completed, and we're seeing a change at the other end. The captain, Cornwall, is coming into the attack. And he has done a lot of bowling for the Leewards, and I dare say he will have quite some bowling to do as well in this match.
Yes, he has sent down some 70.3 overs so far this season, and that is in the 2 matches he has played. He has picked up 14 wickets. One 5-wicket haul against the Academy, 5 for 24. And so he has been very successful for the Leeward Islands so far this season. He just has a slipper backward point, extra cover mid-off. There's a forward short leg in place also. And it's driven into the offside there by Mohan. There's a man at mid-on, very short, long on. And a short mid-wicket and a deep backward square. So this certainly would be a test here for the Trinidad and Tobago batsman, Cornwall. He has done well so far this season. This one is outside the off stump, and Mohan is not playing at that one. He allows it through to the keeper. Keeper, of course, Jamal Hamilton. He has been good with the bat so far this season. Oh. And this one is turned into the onside. But Mohan does not look too comfortable against Cornwall so far. He's driving up to mid-on. Driving it into the turf. The ball bouncing up to mid-on. It was fielded, so the over comes to an end. But a good start there by Cornwall.
And a good maiden over. You see, Earl, a lot of times people, when they're talking about Cornwall, they focus on his size. But he's a very, very effective bowler. And he has taken a tremendous amount of wickets for the Leewards and has sent down a lot of overs. You know, so you have to look at his production on the field. And he has been good.
He has made runs too. Has had one good score, 49, just falling one short of a half century against the Academy. He has just batted twice so far for the season, as this one is pushed into the offside. Andrew is in attendance. Durham. This time is pushed up to mid-on. And Durham going over the wicket to Django. And looking to turn the ball into the left-handed Django. Durham himself a left armer. And this has been much better so far. This over certainly has started a lot better for Durham.
Bowling with a little bit more pace too.
So not allowing Django enough time to charge him. Django is pushing forward. And as you rightly said, Carlisle, a bit more pace. And Django, after taking some 16 runs from his previous over, content to defend. And gets it around the corner, thinks of a single. And it's not on, as Mikhail Lewis quickly after it. So much better so far from Durham. He would be looking to finish this over strongly. Django is driving. And once again, some good fielding. This time it's from Walsh, who's at backward point, knocking it down. And the middle there for Durham.
Good adjustment, good maiden over. What is quite noticeable is that Durham just put a little bit more pace on the delivery this time around. He was tending to hang it and to give it a bit more loop in the last over when he was taken for 16. But it's good to see that he has made the adjustment and resulted in a maiden over.
So partnership of some 16 runs between these two so far. Trinidad and Tobago going at a rate of 3.58. Not a bad rate for the match, Carlisle. Of course, we saw that expensive over there by Durham. As Cornwall continues.
Oh, yes, Jim. Oh, yeah.
Get a bounce there from Cornwall. Well played in the end by Mohan. Kept it down, and the ball rolled along the turf there to Louis, who is at forward short leg. And Cornwall is trying a defensive prod there from Mohan. And certainly his line and length has been impeccable so far. And here we see an attempt at a reverse sweep. Cornwall is interested in a leg before decision. And in fact, umpire Tuckett is not interested. There we see an attempted reverse sweep.
Probably missing. But this is something which has made its way more and more into the modern game, Earl, this reverse sweep.
Certainly has, but we have not seen too much of this from our West Indian batters. And I guess it's something you would have to go in the nets and practice and practice and practice and perfect the shot. But you're right. As this one is turned down towards backward square for a single. But Carlisle, the thing is, playing that shot now is like playing a foul defensive shot. I mean, the cut shot cover drive, and some people say why he played, but it's part of shot making in modern day cricket. And you could get out playing foul defensive, you could get out cutting.
The trouble for me is that this shot selection itself. We see some players, some batters, using it simply to get away from defending. Yeah. And by the same token, the cut shot is not nearly as well played as it used to be played.
Yeah, certainly. You say get away from defending. Sometimes, as you said, maybe not just defending, but it's not hard to get out of jail shot. And sometimes it's when they can't get the ball away. Run. And this one, he's lifting this one over mid-wicket, straightish mid-wicket. That's a good shot. 6 runs there to 1. And well played, Carlisle.
Definitely. It was using his feet early. I think the line was a little wrong too. He was too straight. And so he got to the pitch of it and hit it straight down to straight mid-wicket and picked up 6 good-looking runs. The 50 has come up for Trinidad and Tobago. 50 for the loss of 1 in over number 14.
Yes, so good going there by Trinidad and Tobago. Pushed down to long on to Joseph this time, just a single, but good sensible batting. And Mohan continues to do well. He has moved on to 20 from some 34 deliveries. And of course, Trinidad and Tobago losing their first wicket with scoring 27. And Cooper was like before to Durham for 14. So one played straight to Louis at forward short leg. And he gets a good bounce and plucks it from the air, no run. Carlisle, just a couple people looking on at this match. This one is played past Louis down to backward square. And this time the batsman get a single. Django, of course, to the middle of the week, Wednesday. And not surprising by any means, as the over comes to an end.
Drinks break.
It's a drinks break. Gary Pemberton will replace me at the end of the drinks break, and we ourselves here will take a drinks break.
Welcome back to Warner Park, and Cornwall will continue the attack from the Lozak Road end. Comes up to bowl to Django, who is defending stoutly, and just rolls it away for extra cover to field on the offside. So Trinidad and Tobago winning the toss and batting first. Django is on 17 not out, and with him is Mohan. Here is Django again defending. Mohan is on 20. And the wicket gone. Cooper LBW to Doran in Doran's first over for 14. That time it was 27 for 1. So Cornwall is bowling from the far end, and he's bringing Django forward. He's defending away on the onside. Looks very resolute, Django. Had a good 100 here against Bangladesh, and so he would have good memories of his last outing here at Warner Park. Here is Cornwall. He's turning this into the onside. They've raced through very quickly for 1 and will get a second run as the fielder from deep backward square has to come chasing in to collect. And so Django will push his score on by another 2. That will take him on to 19, and it's 54 for 1. Cornwall to bowl to Django, who is again defending away into the offside. The other game that is on the way, Gary, Barbados against Jamaica. And John Campbell is the man who is out. When I checked last, it was 34 for 1. Good delivery, good adjustment here by Django. And he plays it away into the offside. No run scored. So the end of the first over after the break. And the Trinidad and Tobago team after 15 overs are 54 for the loss of 1.
Well, the Red Force team would want to consolidate after that loss of the wicket, but I like the confidence that Django has brought to the middle. I guess playing for the West, his maiden call up for the West Indies team has brought a renewed sense of confidence in him, and now coming back to play the regional competition, he seemed to be very confident and looking good.
Absolutely, and he has looked good. So I was telling you about that game in Barbados. The wicket to fall, that of the informed John Campbell. And who picked him up? Veteran Roach.
Sure.
Back into the Barbados side and doing his job. So it will be Doran who will be bowling to Mohan. And for this delivery, is flighted, hit in the air, just short of the fielder there at mid-on. And Alzari Joseph was coming in and just covering, but it was short of him. But a miscued shot that time there by Mohan. Good bowling there by Doran.
And I felt a little bit of hesitation there from Alzari. He was moving to his right instead of coming in. Maybe he didn't realize the flight of the ball, but he dropped well in front of him. But I thought that there was a bit of hesitation from him initially.
A half a chance. Score moves on by 1, and Django is facing up to Doran. He's going back, making the adjustment and playing it across to mid-wicket straight. No chance of a run. So Django is on 19. Trinidad and Tobago are 55 for 1. Django has Doran from over the wicket, and he's pitching this one straight, just about mid-line back, and again angling it away into the onside, and doesn't score, but he has looked good, he has looked solid, Amir Django, and faces up to Doran once more, and he's again defending. That's good bowling by Doran, asking the batsman to play. Good morning to Vernon Springer over in Antigua. Hope that you're doing well. Enjoy the coverage of the game last weekend. Here is Doran, and he's bringing the batsman forward, and he has to make the adjustment that it is turned away into the onside. But again, good bowling there by Doran. Saw the batsman coming in and just put a little bit more pace and a little bit more revolutions on that one. And he had to make the adjustment, Django, and came down hurriedly on it. Got it down to backward square, but he got himself a single.
Yes, it went through the hands of the fielder at forward shot. It was a difficult chance, but we saw Django coming down the pitch looking to drive, and as I said, the bowler dropped it a bit short and a bit flatter as well. So he couldn't get on it. They went in the air and through the hands of the fielder at forward short leg. But in this over, since we saw Django struck Doran for 6, realized that Doran has been a bit tighter, bowling a little tighter and a little flatter to Django. He doesn't want to give him too much flight for him to get under the delivery to hit it over the boundary. So the fact that Django is willing to go after Durham now Durham now has to come up with different tactics.
And here is Cornwall from around the wicket to bowl to Django, who is pushing it into the offside. Finds extra cover moving to his right, and they won't score. Okay. So the West Indies competition well and truly on. Here's Django struck on the pad, loud shout, might have been outside the line of the off stump. But there was a loud shout there from Cornwall. And umpire Carl Tuckett was resolute in his no. As we look at it, that was closer than I thought.
Might have just struck outside the off stump, spinning away from the left-handed Django.
Here is Cornwall again, bringing Django forward. And he plays it back down the track, and there is no chance of a run. So we have the pleasure of looking at it a second time. Might have been fractionally outside the off stump, but it was pretty close.
Yep.
Here is he turning this one into the onside, down to backward square. They have chased quickly for 1 and will come back for a second run. And so the score will move on now to 58 for the loss of 1, Trinidad and Tobago. That is one of those decisions where if you had the referral system, that probably would have gone upstairs. So it is the captain in Cornwall making the change and insisting that he's not going to giving up that easy run. And so he's having a leg slip put in here for Django. And Joel Andrew comes into that position. And here is Django coming forward, place it away into the offside. And we see a signal from between the umpires to suggest that there is one more delivery left in the over. 58 for 1, Trinidad and Tobago winning the toss and batting. Django is on 22. He faces and is coming forward, defending stoutly. And it goes away into the onside to bring up the end of the over, end of which the score is 58 for 1 after 17 overs.
A good testing over there, bowled by Cornwall. We saw he struck Django just on about the off stump, and a couple of deliveries. We saw that the hands of the bowler going in the air, which means that he probably will get in a little bit of movement or purchase from the pitch in that over. So a very good over from the captain of the Leewards, and he would want to continue to keep things tight and to pick up wickets.
And Daniel Doran it is who will continue from this end. A bit of a conference between Casey Carty, wicketkeeper Jamar Hamilton, and the captain Cornwall. And they're more than likely discussing the field setting. Now they are asking the mid-on to go to long-on. And the mid-off, who was previously down at long-off, is still at mid-off. He has come up into the mid-off position. But they're sending back the fielder Alzari Joseph straight to the long-on boundary. As Doran bowls to Mohan, who is coming forward, defending, and gets it back down to extra cover. And they won't score. So Trinidad and Tobago, they are 2-0. 2 very impressive victories. Here is he turning this one around the corner into the onside. And Hamilton chases back after it. And they'll just get a single. And so he will move up by 1. Does Mohan to 22. And Django, who is also on 22, comes up to take strike. So Trinidad and Tobago defeated the CCC by an inning and 75 runs. And defeated Windwards by an inning and 176 runs. The Leewards defeated the Academy by 402 runs. Here is a delivery which is driving handsomely. This one will go down over the boundary for 6 over long off. So he has reverted to giving this ball a little bit more flight. And that is exactly what Django needed. Seized the opportunity, climbed into it and picked up 6 runs over long off. He had made the adjustment in the last over and was putting a little bit more pace on the ball.
This time he just slackened a little bit and paid the price.
Good shot, and he played it over the extra cover region for 4. And so Django continued to bat well.
Short delivery, played into the onside, down to square leg, 4 more. And you said 4, but what I'm seeing on the scoreboard is a 6. And so he moved up to 28, and then this 4 to take him on to 32. So Doran has been a little bit guilty of some loose bowling every now and then. And every time he has done that, he has been made to pay. Here is he to bowl to Django, and he's given this one some flight, but it's a better lined delivery, and he's defending Doran. Has Django defending, so he remains on 32. 69 for 1, Trinidad and Tobago. Here is Doran, shot again and pulled into the onside. Square leg is in attendance though, so they'll have a single. Just pulled it down a little bit there at Doran and gave up a single, so it's now 69 for the loss of 1, 18 overs completed.
So we've seen that over where Django is not afraid to go after the bowling, and he played a couple of good shots in the over, and he continued to be aggressive, even though it's a 4-day encounter. If the ball is there to be hit, Carla, I think you should punish it.
Absolutely, it is still cricket, it is still batting, and if you get something, you might as well make good use of it. Helmet being brought onto the field, and this is for the fielder who will be fielding at silly mid-off. Cornwall it is who is bowling from the far end in consultation with Alzari Joseph. From the sheets that I saw, from the release that I saw, Gary, it is still Walsh as vice captain, which means that Joseph comes back as a regular member of the team. Silly mid-off has been moved. They have had a change of mind. He's at leg slip. Here is Cornwall, and he's tucking it around the corner is Django. Races quickly for the first run, but the fielder from leg slip is also quickly around, and so they'll just have a single. And Django has picked up his 34th run, and Trinidad and Tobago are 71 for 1. Cornwall comes up now to bowl to Mohan, and for this delivery he's back, turning it around the corner to forward short leg, and there is no run. Cornwall again making an adjustment to his field, brings Joel Andrews straighter and bowls this one flatter, faster into the pads of Mohan, and he turns it down in the onside for the fielder at mid-wicket to field. Here is Cornwall once more, and he's getting one which is bouncing, and yes, he's out caught. Bounce on him there, Mohan. Cornwall just hung it just a little bit wider, got the ball to turn and bounce, and there was the fielder diving away to his right and picking up that catch. And so Cornwall has picked up his first wicket of this match. Mohan has gone for 22, and Trinidad and Tobago are 71 for the loss of 2.
Good delivery, a ball on the off stump, a bit of bounce and turn. The batter came onto the front foot. He took the outer portion of the bat, and a good catch by the fielder at slip, moving across and took the catch. So the Red Force have lost their second wicket with the score on 71. So a good little partnership was developing between the two batters, but Cornwall was able to get that wicket. As I said, the previous over he was creating a little bit of bother for the left-handed Django, but this time he got the wicket of Mohan. A good delivery which had some turn and bounce and was taken. So 2 wickets have gone down, 71 for 2, and the new batsman for the Red Force is we get that's Brian Charles. Seems as though he's the new batter for Red Force. So a good strike there for the Leeward's captain.
Excellent work by Hayden Walsh. He moved so very quickly from slip and took a very good catch to give the Leewards their second wicket. So 2 wickets down in the first session and 71 runs on the board. We're in over number 19. Jason Mohammed is the batter who has come to the crease, and the Leewards are on the attack. There is a forward short leg, a slip, a silly mid-off, and now a leg slip also comes into play. And so 4 catches around the bat. You count the keeper, you get 5. And Cornwall with the ball in his hand, he's going to go over the wicket to Mohammed. Jamir Hamilton is having his say, making sure the fielders are exactly where he wants them to be. This one is shorter, turned into the onside by Mohammed. He gets off the mark with a single, and the Trinidad and Tobago score moves on to 72 for the loss of 2. For Django, the fielder goes out to deep backward square, and there is also another outfielder at long off. Still the 4 close catchers as Cornwall comes up to bowl to Django, who is forward, driving into the onside, brings Alzari Joseph at mid-on into play, and so they'll get a single. And at the end of the over then, the score is 73 for the loss of 2. Django is on 35, and Trinidad and Tobago, they have lost Mohan for 22 and Cooper for 14.
Okay, so the new batter is actually Jason Mohammed. So 73 successful over for the Leewards, and the Red Force after winning the toss and batting 73 for 2. And I'm sure Cornwall will be happy with the way that they have been able to keep things tight, and they have been able to pick up 2 wickets before lunch on a good batting strip here at Warner Park. He would want to continue to keep things tight as the captain. I will now see a change of bowling. Jeremiah Louis has been brought back into the attack from the media center end, because we have seen Django has not been afraid to take the attack to the bowling of Durham.
He was a little bit too full in his first spell here, Jeremiah Louis. So hopefully, and he would have been spoken to, would have made the adjustment. He has been around for a long time, has gone past 150 wickets, and so he would know how to get wickets, and he usually has a say with the new ball. So he's coming back for his second spell. This time around, he'll have just the 2 slips. He bowled earlier with the brand new ball. He had 4 slips. He'll now have 2 slips. There's a fielder at point. There's a cover and an extra cover on the catch. Mid-off is in play as well. On the onside, there is a fielder down at long leg, man forward of square, and a mid-on. As Jeremiah Louis will be bowling to Django. Django is on 35 and looks up to see that Louis is on his way to bowl to him now. And for this delivery, it's back of a length, he's defending, and Louis feels there is no chance of a run. So we have been going at this competition now for 60 years. We're celebrating this year, Gary. And I'm going to challenge yourself and Earl, so that during the course of these 4 days, you will help us to remind players of some of the local players who have played in the first-class competition for the Leewards and the Combined Islands. So Earl will dig out his history book and look, turns, and goes away from us now to bowl to Django. And for this delivery, he's bowling a good delivery, forces him to defend away on the offside, and there is no run. I mean, Jeremiah Louis does not have the height of a Harris, for example, Earl. Earl has stepped out. He doesn't have the height of a Harris from St. Kitts, but he has certainly been productive for the Leewards. Number 18 on his back turns and goes away to bowl to Django, who gets a quick single. That's good thinking. Played it away on the onside. And mid-wicket had to make some ground to his right, and they seized the opportunity to go through for a single to take Django on to 36, and they scored to 74 for the loss of 2. We're in over number 20. Carl Tuckett goes on a march from square leg to square leg.
The hat of Henry is blown off by the heavy wind, the high winds that we've been having around.
So Louis goes away from us, and he's bringing the batsman forward, and he plays it down to mid-off, and they won't score. So he has made the adjustment so far in the length, in that he's not as full so that he can be driven. None for 20 in his 4th over, Jeremiah Louis. Single off the second ball of this over. Sun is back with us, but we're having a very strong breeze. Here is Louis, and again he's bringing the batsman forward. Plays it down to the fielder, who is covering from extra cover, and they won't score. So we've seen so many changes at Warner Park since the early days when the Combined Islands first played here. Back then the pitch was more central, and we had the old pavilion, which is now the lunchroom and offices and so on. Here is Jeremiah Louis, and a delivery on the pads, and that one is tickled fine. And there's a fielder chasing for all his worth from long leg, and it will be crossing the boundary just about now for 4 leg byes. So erring in line and giving up 4 leg byes there, Jeremiah Louis. And so that takes the total on to 78 for the loss of 2 at the end of that over.
Yes, offline delivery there from Jeremiah Louis, and he came off the pad and was able to pick up 4 leg byes. In terms of Jeremiah bowling last year, he would have gotten most of the wicket caught behind or bowled, because he was getting a lot of movement off the pitch, especially in his opening spell. We have not really seen that this year. Maybe he needs to do some more work, but I'm sure once you continue to bowl that line and like just on about the off thump and get a little movement away from the right-handers, you could pick up some wickets behind. But last year, as I indicated, would have gotten a number of wickets caught behind or even in the slips.
20 overs completed, and it will be Cornwall to bowl the 21st from the Lozak Road end. And he's bowling to Django, and he's sweeping, and this one will go down backward of square for 4. Anything which is offline, Django has been very quick to seize on it, and he has picked up yet another boundary, sweeping and sweeping well, and getting 4 runs to add to the total. It's 82 for the loss of 2.
Well, he continued to be positive, and that's what you want to do as a batsman. And being positive sometimes can create a chance for the bowlers as well, because we have seen that Django has not been afraid to go after the bowling, and that certainly could open an opportunity for Cornwall.
Leg slip has been taken out, was taken out at the start of the over. So it is Cornwall to bowl to Django, who is defending nicely, just allows the ball to come to him, plays it with soft hands away into the offside, and they won't score. 82 for 2. Django has gone to 40. Here is Cornwall from around the wicket, and he's using his feet, hitting high, hard, and handsome. And this one will go down over long on and will be picking up 6 more runs to Django. So he goes on to 46. He has been very quick to jump on any loose deliveries, and he played that one really, really well. Just, it was a bit too wide, and it allowed him the opportunity to use his feet to get to the pitch and to climb into that for 6 more runs.
Another good shot there by Django, just came down the pitch and played it nicely over the long on air for 6.
Here is Cornwall to bowl to Django once more, and he's defending away into the offside. 88 for 2. Trinidad and Tobago winning the toss and batting this morning. Django is on 46, Jason Mohammed is on 1, as Cornwall comes up to bowl to Django, who is getting a short delivery, plays it into the offside, and he won't score because that's good work by the fielder there at backward point. Losing Cooper for 14 and Mohan for 22. Cornwall, this one is flatter, faster. Loose delivery down the leg side, and Amir Django missed out on that. And so at the end of the over, still 88 for 2. No extras have been, well, you said no extras, but we have had 4 leg byes. And the score after over number 21 is 88 for 2.
Good over for the Red Force. We saw that Django continued to take the attack to the bowlers, and he was able to shock a 6 in that over. I think, if my memory serves me right, he has shocked some 3 6s so far in his knock of 46, and he has scored very quickly, 46 from 48. So he has been scoring quickly here at Warner Park.
What I like is his confidence and the fact that he has capitalized on the loose deliveries that he has been given so far. Jeremiah Louis will be bowling now, and for this delivery wide of the off stump, allowed to go through by Mohammed, no runs. So he has been given the 2 slips, and he has been bowling a little bit more back of a length than he did in the first spell. First spell he was too full and allowed the batsman to drive him down to the unprotected cover boundary. He has made a slight adjustment this time around. Jason Mohammed has been a good servant for Trinidad and Tobago. Settles over his bat and has Louis bowling to him from the media center end, and he's driving into the offside. Will get a single because it goes between the field at extra cover and the field at cover, and 1 run to him to take him on to 2, and the score to 89 for the loss of 2. Earl Smithson will replace me at the end of the over. And Gary Pemberton will pick up the commentaries. So, fairly satisfactory start, you would say, for Trinidad and Tobago winning the toss, Gary?
Yes, but I'm sure that they would be a bit disappointed that they would have lost 2 wickets, but the Leewards were able to keep things tight somewhat and were able to pick up 2 wickets, but they were fairly satisfied with the way things have gone so far.
Jeremiah Louis has decided that he will have a change. He'll come around the wicket to Django, and goes past umpire Williams, and this delivery, it's on the legs, turn into the onside, but they won't score. Django is on 46 and has looked very positive, has looked good. Here is delivery, which is played away into the offside. And Django remains on 46, and the score on 89 for 2. Graves has not played for the season so far, and my understanding is that he had a death in his family and traveled home for the funeral of his grandmother. So our condolences and our prayers and thoughts are with you, Graves. Had a fantastic season last year. Here is Jeremiah Louis, and this one is into the pads of Django. He plays it down to mid-on, finds Alzari Joseph in the way, and they won't score. So the score remains on 89 for the loss of 2 wickets.
Quite over, just the 1 run. So he has been able to keep Amir Django pretty quiet in this over. That's Jeremiah Louis, and he will want to continue to keep things tight as he's now bowling around the wicket to the left-handed Django.
Cornwall at first slip and Walsh at second slip as he bowls this delivery from wide of the crease, spanked beautifully down to the cover boundary for 4, and not just for 4 but to bring up his half-century Django. It was a delivery which was a touch too full, had some width on it as well, and that allowed him the opportunity to free his arms and to drive it down to the cover boundary to pick up 4 runs. And so Django moves on to 50, and the score has moved on to 93 for the loss of 2 wickets, and that's the latest score from Warner Park.
So Cornwall will continue from that far end as I welcome back Earl Smitten. Davis chuck into the body of the fielder at forward short leg. That's Mikhail Louis, and I believe he was swept into the onside, went into the chest region or just above just under the neck area of Jeremiah or Mikhail Louis. Let's hope he's okay. The figure for the team has come onto the field of play. As I say, welcome back to you, Earl Smitten.
Well, thank you, Gary, and I say good morning once more to all our listeners. Weather certainly has improved considerably here at Warner Park. The sun is out in all its glory at the moment, but at the moment, Mikhail Louis is not in all his glory, being struck just on the neck, just below the throat area there, and being attended to by the physiotherapist. But Trinidad and Tobago has done well so far, Gary. They're 93 for 2. They've lost 2 wickets so far, both of the openers. And Django, he has been confident, he has been aggressive, and he has gotten to a well-played 50. And this young man seems to have quite a bit of confidence. The last time he played here at Warner Park, he would have debuted for the West Indies in the one-day arena. And in his first match, he got 100. So Warner Park certainly a track he loves.
Yes, it's a good batting strip as well, and he has been confident. He's scoring quickly. In his 50, he had a strike rate of 96.15 with some 5 4s and 3 6s. So he has been aggressive. He has been not afraid. He has not been afraid to go after the bowling. Anything loose, he has been capitalizing on the loose deliveries. So it's going to be Cornwall who will continue from that far end, and the experienced Jason Mohammed will pick up 2 runs. He's going to come back quickly as the return came on the bounce to the keeper. So a delivery on the off stump was played down towards the back quarter point area for 2. And so with those 2 runs, the total has gone on to 95. And Cornwall continue to bowl from that far end. There's a slip, there's a silly mid-off, a leg slip, and a forward short leg. And then we have a fielder going down on the back of the square fence. There's a mid-wicket and a long on. So Cornwall bowl a short delivery, and then the fielder taking the evasive action at forward short leg as the batter Jason Mohammed was onto his wicket and swung it down towards the deep back of the square area for another single. 96. And for the left-handed Django, the fielder down on the boundary has come into the extra cover region. The onside field has been strengthened with a forward short leg, mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-wicket on the fence. And he's playing it, goes down toward third man, and Jeremiah Louis is giving chase, and the batters will cross for 2 runs. And so 2 more runs to Django, the aggressive Django. With those 2 runs, the total has gone on to 98. And Django is on 52. Has been aggressive, has been positive. Good sunshine here at Warner Park. Captain Cornwall looking to dislodge Django maybe before lunch, and it will be a good outing for the Leewards if they can get the aggressive Django before lunch. On the other hand, the Red Force, we're hoping that Django will go on bat until lunch and then come back after lunch, as Cornwall looking to keep things tight and bring up the end of that over. At the end of the over number 23 have been completed, 98 for 2. Django continues to bat well, he's on 52, and we're looking to get good support from the experienced Jason Mohammed.
Well, you say experienced Jason Mohammed. He has been around for quite some time. At one point, Dan Ganga was calling for his head, saying that, no point Trinidad and Tobago continuing on with him. You said that Leeward Islands, it would be good if they could pick up the wicket of Django, but I think they'll much prefer to have that wicket of Jason Mohammed. He has been in very good form this year. 2 innings so far, 2 centuries, 176 and 103. So he's averaging at the moment 139.5 with 279 runs from those 2 innings. So he's a key man here for Trinidad and Tobago also. And who knows, if they could get both of them, I'm sure the Leeward Islands will be happy.
So Louis will continue from the media center end, looking to keep things tight. In the last over, or the last delivery, previous over, when he was bowling to Django, the first 5 deliveries just a single, and then the last delivery was full on the off stump wide, and the batter Django drove it through extra cover for 4 to bring up his half century. And so Jeremiah will want to keep things tighter in this over. Last year he got some 29 wickets, and he will want to continue to pick up wickets. Just picked up some 4 wickets so far, and this is the 3rd round encounter. We want to get amongst the wickets, even though this is a good batting strip here at Warner Park. Is what you put into the pitch you can get out, so the bowlers will have to really put some effort into the bowling. If they can extract spin or turn or bounce or pace out of this pitch here at Warner Park. So Louis, that's Jeremiah Louis, will continue from this media center end. Red Force winning the toss and batting. He's driving nicely, but goes down to Casey Carty to extra cover. That's not Carty, that's Kadeem Henry.
And Gary, you speak about what you put into this track, you could get something out of it. Andy Roberts always did well on this Warner Park track. I remember some years ago too, Curtly Ambrose, when he was on the verge of getting into the West Indies team against Jamaica, he probably would have had one of his fastest spells right here at Warner Park against Jamaica. So it's just a question of what you put in, but generally known to be a very docile track.
And a square wicket that will go down towards the boundary of 4, short and wide. And there was the experienced Jason Mohammed has pounced on it, played it between the point and cover area down towards the boundary for 4. So Jeremiah Louis continued to bowl a bit too wide and outside the off stump and punished for 4. So with those 4 runs, the total has gone past the 102. 102 for 2. The Red Force batting first here at Warner Park in this the 3rd round encounter.
Coming up in the 24th over, the Red Force. But Louis, though, has been guilty of giving away too many run-scoring deliveries. At times he has overpitched, and at times he has been too short and wide outside the off stump.
Short delivery, dug it in, went ballooning over the head of the experienced batter. Jason Mohammed just allows the go through to be taken behind by the keeper, so he just want to get back on that tight line and length, just on about the off stump, just on the top of off stump. You want to hold that line and length close to the off stump and keep the batters in check. But as you indicated, he has bowled a few loose deliveries, and they have been punished by the Red Force batters. See one of the windjammers going across the waters as Mohammed allows it to go through to be taken behind by the keeper. Over has been completed, and the Red Force batting first after winning the toss, 102 for 2. And this is the 2025 West Indies Championship. Third round match being played here at Warner Park.
We have not seen Hayden Walsh in the attack as yet. Of course, we are getting close to the end of the first day session as the windjammer goes across the waters there. And Gary, I know you wishing that you were on that one. I've never been on one myself. But we have not seen Hayden Walsh as yet into the attack. And one wonders whether or not he could have been brought in ahead of Jeremiah Louis instead of bringing back Jeremiah Louis for second spell.
So Cornwall continues, goes off the outer edge and down towards the boundary. The fielder at slip, that's Hayden Walsh, was moving to his left and the ball went to his right. It went between the keeper and the first slip down towards the boundary for 4. There was the batter Django looking to give the charge to the bowler Cornwall, then checked his shot. The ball came from the outer portion of the batter and between the keeper and slipping down towards the boundary for 4.
Yes, it was at catchable height to the right of Hayden Walsh, who was at first slip.
So Cornwall will continue to bowl to the left-handed Django, who has been aggressive. And the Leewards would want to pick up another wicket before lunch. And if they can get 3 wickets before lunch, I'm sure they'll be satisfied. Just went just out of the reach of Hayden Walsh during that first slip. And Django will want to keep things tight. They want to play tight. 15 minutes to go before the luncheon interval. He has been batting well. He has been aggressive. 58 deliveries for his 56.
So Gary, that question of anticipation there, you are so correct when you said that he was looking to move to his left as opposed to his right. And that split second there might have cost him an opportunity.
So 107. There's some smoke coming across the field here at Warner Park. Sunny conditions. Cornwall will continue from that far end. And Jason Mohammed, the experienced batter. So we're over number 25, 1 delivery remaining. And Mohammed is on a 9. Amir Django is on 57, has batted well. And Cornwall will continue from that far end. And this plays it into the offside to bring up the end of over number 25. You're listening to West Indies first class cricket from Warner Park. Red Force winning toss and batting 107 for 2 as the smoke continued to come across the outfield here at Warner Park. Maybe Earl Spenton can tell us where the smoke is coming from.
Well, I'm far away from it, but it's not something usual around these parts. So I just hope that no one is in danger, no house or building is in danger. It's not normal to have this much smoke around at this, in Bastia, in this area. And the strong breeze blowing across, it's really carrying it across the outfield. And I hope that it's not any real cause for concern. We have not heard any fire trucks as yet. They're not too far away from the area.
And I hope it's not causing any concern because they now see 2 umpires maybe going across. It's a little bit more smoke coming on the outfield, and it seems as though the players will be making their way off the field because it would not be healthy, and persons who probably has asthma would be affected. But it seems as though it's the 2 umpires having a conversation. The players are coming off the field. They are pointing into the direction where the smoke is coming from. So we might have, we're having a little hold up in play, not because of rain, but it's because of some smoke that is coming across the outfield here at Warner Park. So the players are making the way off the field of play. And hopefully it will clear up soon. But we've just about 11 minutes to go before the luncheon interval. Maybe they might have an early lunch, Smitten?
Well, possibly with 11 minutes to go. And, I don't see that smoke clearing up just now from what we are seeing here. But rather strangely, rather bizarrely, smoke stopping play. It's not the first time it is happening in cricket. I think it would have happened either in Pakistan or Sri Lanka some time ago, probably last year or thereabout, where they had some smoke going into the playing area, and play had to be stopped. But I'm smelling it from here.
Yes, it is.
So so it certainly would have been affecting the players out there, and with the Red Force on 107 for 2 from 25 overs after deciding to bat, perhaps we too could take a break, and we'll be back as soon as this play.
Yes, so we tell you that play has been interrupted by some smoke coming across the outfield here at Warner Park. And at the break, 107 for 2. We assume that they will take an early lunch. You see now the two umpires heading down towards the dressing room of the team. So they'll probably be updating them as to whether or not they will take an early lunch. But we'll take a break, and when play resume, whether it's after lunch or before lunch. So we have just gotten word that play will resume at 12:30. So they'll take in the early lunch, and play will resume at 12:30. So at lunch, 107 for 2, the Red Force, after winning the toss and batting.
two West Indian great fast bowlers. Two men that sit in the top 5 West Indian leading test match wicket takers. Courtney Walsh, we sit in his end here at Sabina Park. Kemar Roach, a man that's working his way up and closing in on 300 test wickets. Gentlemen, it is a great privilege to sit here alongside the two of you guys. 17 years in test match cricket, 15 years in test match cricket and counting. I want to know, first of all, what trait is needed to be able to perform and sustain excellence for such a long period of time? We'll start with the superiority.
The big strong words. No, obviously for me I think the key is being able to be fit, have good health, work out what you want to do and be prepared to put some hard yards in before so that can help you to sustain what's going on after. So once you look after your body and do the right requirements and also knowing your body after a certain period of time to know when you're match fit and what you need to do to get match fit was one of my motto, and I think Kemar has done that extremely well.
What worked for you?
Yeah, same thing you said. Just being match ready. Put the work in at the beginning, train hard, take care of your body, eat well, get some rest, and then on the field, you just express yourself, you exploit your skills, and that has worked for me from my whole career. And obviously watching the great man before me, he laid a foundation, and he was a very hard worker. You can see that he bowled long spells, and he was very consistent, and that's what I emulate my game off.
Oh, yeah. Roach has the last laugh. Roach has the last wicket.
Both of your journeys in fast bowling, your skill sets actually changed over time. How did your, Courtney, starting with you, how did your skill set evolve over your 17 years of test match bowling?
With experience, I mean, any young fast bowler when you started, you want to bowl fast because that was the name of the game. So you always try to hit the deck as hard as you can and try to bowl as quick as you can. And for me, I could only get the ball to knife back in or swing in a good pace, consistent pace. But over the years, as the game started to evolve and my own career started to develop, you realize that you need certain skill sets. So practicing the nets was what I went to do, and then you try it out in matches. Obviously, being able to play a couple of seasons in England did help, and then playing our regular 4-day cricket here and club cricket, where you can experiment in those. And then I would call myself an all-round fast bowler afterwards when I was able to swing the ball away from the bat. And those skill sets is something that you have to work on. There's something that I've admired with Kemar. His skill sets, when he started, he was raw pace. But then when he sort of lost a little bit of that pace, his skill sets got better in terms of how he swung the ball and using different angles going around the wicket and creating what I call, I think, to me, and I say it in front of him or behind him, one of the best around the wicket bowler to left arm spin batters, using up that angle, getting the ball to come in and then leave the bat. It's not something that happens overnight. It's something you have to practice. And that's how you get your game to evolve in terms of trying to be a complete fast bowler, which at the end of my career, I think I was closer to that than when I started.
Second hit, magnificent from Kemar Roach. Third time lucky.
When do you remember that time where it all sort of came together for you?
Obviously injuries help. Obviously I lost some pace, so obviously I had to work on my skills more to become still an impact bowler in Test cricket. So I did a lot of work leading into 2015, 2016 after my injury on my shoulder, and some deep discussions and some reinvention of myself and my action helped me to do a lot more of the ball, and then I think I became a better bowler after that, in terms of working up batsmen, challenging batsmen, front foot, back foot, whatever, but getting the ball to go both ways. I think I enjoy bowling like that more than bowling quick. It might sound funny, but pace put fear in batsmen's heart, but I like the fact of exploiting skills and exploiting weaknesses in batsmen, and I just think that's where I enjoy most.
Edged and taken. Make that 51 before Kemar Roach is probed, and he finally gets the reward.
What role did Courtney Walsh play in Kemar Roach's development and role in the West Indies?
Yeah, obviously watching on TV, obviously we all know of him and the Curtly Ambrose partnership. I think those guys, they set such a high barrier for fast bowling in the Caribbean that you just wanted to emulate them. Watching it in Barbados on CBC, I think seeing him and Curtly Ambrose run together, it was just heartwarming, and you just go outside right after the game is finished and you try to bowl like them, and it was really good times, and it just is a good foundation for my cricket going forward, and that's why I'm here, playing as long as I can.
And Legend, there's a picture of you around 2011 having a chat with the three West Indian fast bowlers. I think it was Kemar, it was Fidel, Darren Sammy was in it as well. What do you remember about Kemar Roach when he first burst on the scene that you really liked?
Some of the questions he had asked, I liked his action from day one, but his attitude, being down to earth, some of the questions he asked. And then after that meeting, we kept in touch. I mean, we were always in touch, but we kept in touch more. And just to watch, you start to watch and follow the career. And I remember the one that stands out to me most distinct was a conversation I had with him in India when I was down there doing commentary, and he wasn't playing. And I was a little bit disappointed because I wanted to see him play, but they were just remodeling his action and stuff. And I said to him, it's only a pity you have to be doing the modeling of the action on tour. This should have been done before, and it should have enabled you to be playing. And he agreed. And we had good discussions about it to make sure that he didn't get downhearted, because when you expect to play, you're not playing. And he took it well. We kept in touch. We did a little bit of chatting after, and I just started to follow his career because of what I saw. His humbleness, but he wanted to succeed to be sort of at the top level. And after that tour, he came back playing, and he hit the ground running. And whenever he see me, he would say, "Legend, what do you think about this?" and what we think. And if I see something, I'd say to him. And the way how he accepts it, and he would try, and we would have a chat after the game. This didn't work or that worked. That sort of helped us, and it helped me to be able to know that he's not afraid of asking for advice. And I was always happy to pass on whatever I saw to him, and he would take it on board.
You remember that conversation?
Yeah, I do remember that conversation. Speaking to him is just an upliftment. And I was down, wasn't playing as much, but he uplifted me, and I just wanted to push on, man. I just wanted to be among those great fast bowlers of before, and he was one of them. So it's just a good feeling to have him around sometimes.
Another question in terms of looking back on y'all's careers, you've obviously played against so many formidable oppositions, but which opposition, if you had to pick one team, always brings the best out of Kemar Roach, always brings the best out of Courtney Walsh? Starting with you.
I wasn't playing against England. I think obviously that is our biggest series, and the hype around it just brings a life into you. Like, you want to do well against England.
Could be close, could be close. Finger goes up. Joel Wilson says you're on your way.
I'm watching, as I said, Curtly Ambrose and Courtney Walsh, they go out there and they dominated England for years, away and at home. So it's like, I want to emulate that. I want to emulate as much of my career as possible. And I think the England side brings out the best in me.
Australia, because of the competitiveness for me, and then you play the moment away and stuff. And it was always with the band back in those days as well. They never used to sell the fast bowlers, but they always, you feel like you have a point to prove when they were taking on Gus Logie. So that used to bring the best out of me back in the days against Australia.
That's pretty close, he's gone. Roach's 100th wicket against Australia.
With England now, because I played county cricket, it was always a very close rivalry, because when you're in there playing county cricket, you can sort of stand on your own feet as well.
He keeps mentioning Ambrose Walsh. I want to know that having that strike partner for you, first of all, in Sir Curtly Ambrose, what did that do for your bowling and your quest of that 519 Test wickets?
Well, Curtly and I, we didn't compete against each other. We complemented each other. And I think that to me was the friendship that we have, and just the respect for the game and for each other. That helped me, because we knew what we wanted to do. We would discuss batsmen, the length we want to bowl, the type of surface, the opposition, and we would have our own game plan. On his day, I played a supporting role. On my day, he plays a supporting role. And I think that helps in terms of partnership. If he picked up something that was not working, he would come and we'd have a discussion. And I just remember a test match at Lords as well, when he was struggling, rhythm was off. And I went up to him and I said, "Listen, big man, you're struggling today. Don't fight it, try to relax, because sometimes when you lose your rhythm and you're rushing in, it just doesn't come back." And he said, "So what to do?" I said, "Just relax. I will take up the thing, because I was in a good rhythm. Whatever short spells you have to bowl, just try to find by that rhythm." And these are the conversations you need to have and the understanding. And to me, was one of the hallmarks of our career and our partnership, because we understood each other.
Take on, that's it. Courtney Andrew Walsh is now Test cricket's leading wicket taker. The West Indians surround him on the field. One of the most respected and admired cricketers on the international scene. And there's Curtly Ambrose. Wonderful scenes here, emotional scenes at Sabina Park.
And who is it for you? If you had to look back on your career, it could be current team, it could be former team. Who always pushed Kemar Roach from the other end and brought the best out of you?
I think the partnership with me, Jason, and Shannon for a period of time, I think that three of us, we were very close-knit, and we communicated really well, and we were kind of solidified in the team, so we got a chance to really express ourselves and communicate and become better. I think that period in my career is really what like pushed me to like, I want to be one of the great fast bowlers of West Indies cricket very highly. So it's like, that period is like, I really, really enjoyed the communication, the friendship I had with Shannon, obviously the friendship I have with Jason, obviously he's my countryman. But on tours, the communication, the conversations, the fun we had, it really, really, really propelled my career through those periods.
Oh, well done. Very well done by Kemar Roach and Jason Holder. A familiar combination and just holding that channel and that length.
Obviously, we celebrate the high moments in both of your careers, right? One thing that many people don't see is the time off the field where it's not necessarily going to plan, there's adversity. What pushed you and allowed you to come out on the other side of those moments? Both of you guys started with your court.
The challenges. You see it as a challenge, you see the adversities, you know what you've been through, you know the work you've put in, and today just wasn't your day, or things, this might not be your series. It's how you bounce back. And I've always said people that you're not going to have great or good days all the time. You have to treat the good days with the bad days. And then one of the things that I always remember is that on your good days, everybody doesn't have to tell you it's a good day, because people know it's on your bad day you need that support. And you know, sometimes you go into your corner, but then if you have people around you with that understanding, on your bad day they will help you to get through it as well. But I always tell myself that I don't want to experience too many bad days, so you try to do the best you can to have more good days than bad days.
Yeah, I just like the fact that people doubting on me. I like that. That pushes me to prove people wrong. I've had that most of my career. When I lost my pace, everyone said, will he be the same bowler? Can he still be challenging at Test cricket? I just wanted to prove people wrong. And it's worked. It's worked. That's a big motivation for me. And obviously, leading a young group of fast bowlers now, that also pushes me as well. Like, they have good respect, they have good work ethic, and we get along very well as well in just a room. We have fun, we also work hard. And that also keeps me motivated to obviously know what, I can help these guys to become also legendary fast bowlers for West Indies. So there's a lot of motivation around my career, and that's the two major parts for me.
We're going to transition now to a bit more of a fun segment. I'm going to quiz y'all on your careers, right? So it'll start easy and then it'll get hard. There's only 3, so don't worry. First of all, who has Courtney Walsh dismissed the most in Test cricket?
Mike Atherton.
Easy.
That's a good question. I don't think... Is it a Bangladeshi batsman?
No, it's not.
It's got to be an England batsman.
Yeah.
Is it... Ben Stokes?
Yeah.
7
times. Shakib is 6 times.
Yeah,
so
I think I know it's one.
Off spinner, basically an off spinner from Rhodes. It goes high in the sky. And Shamar Brooks makes the catch look very easy indeed.
Everybody remembers your first Test wicket, but can you remember your second Test wicket?
Yeah.
Who is it?
Graham Yallop from Australia.
1984.
Caught Desmond Haynes at bad pad. I don't forget those. I remember my first part, I remember quite a lot of it better than at the back end.
Who was your second Test wicket?
I know the first was Shakib. I'm thinking the second must be Mushfiqur.
No, Mamadullah.
Mamadullah. Yeah, I'm thinking about it order. Yeah, it was Mushfiqur. Yeah.
And lastly, who has hit more Test match sixes between Courtney Walsh and Kemar Roach?
That I don't know, but I'm going to back myself. I don't know, but I hit a few. I'm going to back myself. He's not a big six hitter.
Me.
I think it was a close race, guys. But the winner with 19 sixes is Courtney Walsh.
Got you, man. But you still play. You can
he has 16. I guess right up and
right up
so
there.
He has much more time to play.
There's Walsh. That's a huge six. That's gone. That's a gigantic six. So Courtney Walsh is going down with all guns firing, as they say.
On those 4 fast bowlers, that 4, almost 5 prong pace attack we see now in the West Indies, do you almost feel like it's a rebirth of that cricketing legacy that we've seen for so many years in your time and the times before with the 4 horsemen? What do you see now on the field?
I like what I saw, especially in the last Test match. 4 fast bowlers, not just going at it, but being sensible, being very competitive, making adjustments as they read the pitch and stuff. That's what you want to see. And that was what impressed me the most. They were well looked after on the field of play in terms of not being overboard because they were back-to-back test matches. So the planning just looked very good. The execution by all four. Alzari, I think on one day wasn't in his rhythm and stuff. Everybody compensated for him. The next year he came back and it just drops nicely. And that's what you want to see because everybody's not going to have a good day every day. But just the way all the four came together, not leaving out Justin Gill, but the main four, so to speak. Because when Justin came in, he did his bit. But the main four is what you want to look at. And everybody's skill set was different, but the way, the planning and the execution and how they went about it with their adjustment. I was happy with
And the
that.
four of you guys, this is really the first time we're seeing all four of you on the field at the same time. You've had injuries, guys have come in and out. Why do you think you guys are able to complement each other?
Yeah, I think we all different skill sets. Alzari obviously has high pace. Jaden obviously good pace with good swing and skill. And then Shamar shorter, has a little skiddier at high pace, and then I just do my thing on top of off stump all day. So I think we complement each other very, very well. As I said, we communicate very well in the dressing room. We plan well. We know what is expected in this session, and we just try our best to go out there and emulate it. So it's not going to go right every day. It's cricket, but I think once we have an understanding, you have a template of what you want to do, you just follow it and you express yourself and have fun.
Last thing I want to ask about legacy. Obviously, it's been a couple of years now, only a couple since you retired. You can still get back on there. He's been telling me in the commentary box he can bowl a few. So he says. But I want to know, when you look back at Courtney Walsh's cricketing journey, what impact did Courtney Walsh have on fast bowling in the Caribbean?
I probably not the best person for you to ask that, to be quite honest. But I think the legacy that was left behind, what I found out now is that it probably had more impact than I thought, because everywhere you go and you move around, people say, boy, we used to remember the good old days that you were playing, and it's good that you're still involved with the game and that you're helping youngsters and you can pass on advice, because to me that's important. But for me, I just enjoyed every moment of it, and it helped me to develop as a better cricketer, better person, better human being. And Kimar said something that I would just agree with 100%. When I just started, it was just pace. I was just thinking of raw pace. Injuries help sometimes, and losing pace helps. When I ended, the way I ended my career, I was much happier because I was able to challenge batsmen. I was swinging the ball both ways. I know how to use a short ball, and to me it was just a fascinating career to know that I stopped at one end and then I got better at the other end.
And listening to that, Kimar, obviously you're far from finished, but when you do eventually end your career, what would you like Kimar Roach's legacy on West Indies cricket to be?
A hard worker, a trier, someone who gave West Indies cricket their all. I've been committed to West Indies cricket from the beginning. I've given it my all. I've obviously turned up and put the work in order to perform and to challenge and compete against opposition. And as I said, it doesn't always go the way you want, but once you have that foundation, that mentality, and understand that it's always going to be a tough task when you step on that field as a fast bowler and you put the work in before, you're always going to be in good stead. And I just want to be remembered as a hard worker, man. Someone that loved the game, enjoyed the game, and put his best foot forward in everything he did.
And how much does Kimar Roach have left in the tank?
Still got a lot more in me. I can't say it in front of Mr. Wall. He doesn't want me to done. So
I can't finish. He's got a lot more left.
And that's the wicket. Recognising the crowd, his 10th 5-wicket haul in Test match cricket.
And what I would say, I think what we have in common, 100% we give all the time. When he goes on the field of play, he gives 100%, and that's one of the legacy I think I would have left behind. No captain or no teammates can say when I went out on the field of play, I didn't give 100%. Might not be the best day that day, but I'm leaving everything I can on the field of play. When I come off, I must can say I did give 100%, and that's one of the things I've noticed with him.
The definition of longevity, the definition of hard work. Two guys who will play such an instrumental role in inspiring the future of you at home and thousands of West Indian fast bowlers to come. Gentlemen, thank you.
Cheers. Thanks.
No problem.
When we would have thought that at one point rain might have stopped play, the weather certainly cleared up considerably, but we didn't bargain for smoke stopping play, Carlisle, 11 minutes before the end of the first session.
That is true. First time in my experience, but Trinidad and Tobago made really good progress in the morning session. They ended at 107 for 2 from 25 overs. They're scoring in excess of 4 runs and over. And what's important in all of that is that Janga has been very positive. He has been very, very positive. Has seized the opportunity anytime it presented itself for boundaries. Just one little blemish, delivery from Cornwall, which deceived him, but it went between him, between the fielder at first slip and the wicketkeeper down to the boundary for 4. But 107 for 2, I'm sure that winning the toss and batting first, they would take that.
Yes, and certainly they would have had the edge in the first session, just losing their 2 openers. Django, to me, seems to be a very confident young player. And we saw this when he played for West Indies here. Early, in fact, it was last year in December when he debuted in that one-day fixture against Bangladesh when he got 100 on debut. And seems to be a player full of confidence. Zari Joseph will start after lunch, and there are 2 slips and a gully in place, point, extra cover on a mid-off. And right away Django gets it out of the middle and gets it down to Kyle Louis, who is just at point, backward point to be precise, but there's no run. So there's on the onside, there's a Long leg, a backward square, mid-on for Alzari Joseph. Very sunny conditions here at Warner Park. Excellent conditions for batting. Good scene light. And a pristine looking track. Track that seems to be full of runs. Flicked into the onside, at least an attempted flick. Hamilton throws down the stumps. And Django managed to get Mohammed, scoring 2 centuries in his 2 innings so far this season, and averaging somewhere in the region of 138 runs. He had a high score of 176 against the CCC, I think. Also got 100 against the Windward Islands. But here's Django driving up to Durham. And the Carlisle, were you surprised? Are you surprised that you have not seen Hayden Walters yet into the attack?
No, not really. Not really. I think Doran, based on what they brought him in for, was the first choice of the spinners. And then you expect Cornwall to hold up an end for a long period of time.
Of course, Jeremiah Louis, who has not been unsung so far in this match, was brought back for a second spell. But it's Joseph who started from the far end, the Lozak Road end, the police station end. And he has been switched around. He's going away from us. And this one is played square. The ball trickles out towards Carl Tuckett, the umpire. And it's Jeremiah Louis goes after it. Single. And we have the rotation in strike. Mohammed comes back into strike. And it would be interesting to see the approach here by Joseph, whether or not he comes back to try and prize out a wicket, or probably just to keep things tight and build some pressure. But we'll wait and see. He too at times has been a bit on the short side and has paid for it. But it's Mohammed who takes up strike now. Short, and Mohammed gets on it, going down the onside. Then he rehearses pull shot, pulling into the onside, but certainly showing good discipline. They're not going after that one. So perhaps Joseph might be thinking in terms of trying to bounce out one of these batsmen. Not getting up very much that time though. Of course, Warner Park track as usual, fairly docile. This is a better delivery, and Mohammed is pushing into the offside. And there's the run. So a fairly good start by the Leewards after lunch. Joseph, just 1 run coming from that over. Of course, the batsman looking to settle back in, but a fairly good start by the Leewards nevertheless.
Alzari Joseph is none for 5 from his 6 overs. Given a spell from the commentary box end.
I'm surprised, a bit surprised at those figures. Carlisle none for 5. I thought it might have been a bit more expensive, but certainly those are good figures. And the Carlisle was sense a bit of smoke lingering around, or it's just my imagination.
Might be your imagination. I'm not smelling it the way that I smelled it before we took lunch. The umpires are having a conference, Carl Tuckett and Williams. We don't see the smoke either.
Well, it's all of a sudden to me it has gone a bit hazier. Could be my imagination, or probably the I know I do not have my glasses on, Carlisle, but somehow all of a sudden to me, and as indicated, Jacqueline Williams is holding her nose. So she probably smelling something out there. And somehow I sense that it has gotten a bit hazier, but Django is in control, driving up to long off for a single. So perhaps with the strong breeze, some smoke lingering around, smoke coming from the east, of course. First for Warner Park, of course. First time play has been interrupted due to smoke. But it's Mohammed, who's still on his 9. He was 9 at lunchtime. Django was on 57. Django so far has picked up some 2 runs. But the scoring rate for Trinidad and Tobago has been very good. They're going at 4.14 at the moment. Army defense goes up to mid-off. And Durham is in attendance and fields. So I suspect we're going to see a lot of Cornwall here today. Turned into the leg gully area. Henry goes after it, fields, and there's no run. In fact, that's a goal. And now we see the umpires. Umpire Jacqueline Williams. Let's see what happens here.
I think it's the concussion test which they're probably administering to the fielder forward short leg, Joel Andrew. Haven't seen anybody come from the dressing room yet. Now we're seeing somebody coming out from the dressing room.
Well, these days if the if the ball just brushes the helmet, it's mandatory that you do a concussion test. Administrators not taking any chances, of course. You've seen a couple of people being killed in cricket so far. You go back to Hughes from Australia, who was struck at forward short leg and died sometime after.
He was struck while batting.
Well batting, sorry.
Yeah.
Well batting. In fact, yes, he was struck while batting. And certainly didn't recover from that blow. But this one is pushed into the offside by Mohammed. And no run. So he draws away, gets a bad delivery, punches up to cover. The ball is trickling towards the cover boundary, gets across the line now, and 4 runs. So Irwin in length that time, Cornwall, and being put away. So first boundary after lunch. First scoring shot to Mohammed. He goes to 13. And Cornwall, for once, Carlisle not being as tight as he normally is.
Short and wide, gave the opportunity for 4 runs. And Mohammed has been quite watchful, and he pounced on that and picked up a good boundary.
Well, Penny Feather is on the field. He's the emergency fieldsman, and let's see who is not on at the moment. I'm not seeing Mikhail Louis. So perhaps perhaps he's on for Mikhail Louis. Or is that Louis at short mid-wicket? So Louis is on.
You mean at extra cover?
At extra cover, yes. The left-hander is in strike now. He's at short extra cover. Left-hander in strike. Penny Feather is at wideish mid-on at the moment. Short and taking the batsman high up on the bat. not timing it. Probably got big on him. The ball just rolled out to Penny Feather at short mid-wicket, and there was no run to Django. So 113 it is now for 2. Joseph yet to pick up a wicket. This is his first match in this year's tournament. Having missed the first 2 rounds, moves away from us now. Short, and Django is on toes and dropping it in front of him. The ball goes into the offside. But it's obvious that Joseph is looking to get a wicket here. You've seen him with the short pitch deliveries, probably trying to bounce out the batsman. The track, of course, has been fairly unresponsive to the fast bowlers. This one is up to Django. He's driving to the right of Durham and gets a single. Carlisle, it looks a lot clearer in front of me. So perhaps there was a little something lingering out there, but certainly just cleared up tremendously. One 4 for 2. We are in over number 28. Mohammed 13, Django 60. Oh, this is a good one. Starting outside off and moving into the batsman. Perhaps being struck outside the off. And no appeal from any of the Leeward Island players. And Mohammed covering his stumps well. Ball probably would have gone over the top of the stumps. Nevertheless. And Mohammed will settle once more. So there are 2 slips, a gully, there's a point, extra cover mid-off, mid-on, square leg forward, and there's a long leg back on the boundary. Not a good delivery from Joseph, starting outside the off and moving into the right-handed Mohammed. He plays it well. And Joseph keeping things tight. But batsmen seem to have a lot of time to play that one. I know, Carlisle, you said that he was bowling with good pace earlier on. But certainly the bounce is good. At least good so far. We have seen 1 or 2 keeping a trifle low. And conditions very good for batting. And Joseph would have to try very hard. Short. And batsman goes on it. And Hamilton takes well going down the onside. And the over comes to an end.
Nothing is wrong with the short ball ploy, Smith. But that has to be a yard fuller. And more on target so that it forces the batsman to play at that. As it is, that just effort which is wasted.
One gets the impression, though, Carlisle, that you would have to dig it in very short for it to get up, based on the slowness of this track. This track seems to be rather docile. But as you said, it's not a bad way to go. But to be more effective, it should be a bit fuller. These 2 batsmen, of course, for Trinidad and Tobago looking to settle in after lunch. Django pushes it into the offside. And, of course, Django would be looking for a big score here today. He has had a very good start. He got 84 in the last match he played. Steps out and drives in the air, down to mid-on. And, well, did I put the markers on him? Just as I was saying that he was looking to get a good score, started well. He was stepping out, driving Cornwall up to mid-on, and the catch was taken by Joseph, and he's on his way.
A little bit reckless there, though, Earl. I mean, he had been batting quite sensibly, and for some reason, because he had a few dot balls, he just threw away an inning which promised much. He had used his feet very well. Did not quite get to the pitch of this one. That's the difference. But he still went through with the shot. And Alzari Joseph took a pretty simple catch. And so he has gone, and the Red Force are now 114 for 3.
So we look at it again. Stepping out, as I said, not to the pitch. And they're going through with the shot and playing it down to mid-on. Where he was caught. And just as I was saying, he would be looking to get a good score, probably get 100 here today. He gave it away. So it's 114 now for 3. So the new batsman in is the captain, the Silver. Silver would have batted once for the season. Carlisle, he just played the one match and he didn't get off the mark. Got a duck. So he would be hoping to make good of the conditions here today at Warner Park. So 27 for 1, TNT. Cooper leg before to Durham for 14. 71 for 2. This one is misfielded there by Carty. It goes up to mid-on and allowed the batsman, the Silver, off the mark, taking the pressure off the Silver that time. And Mohan was caught, Walsh bowled Cornwall for 22, and we just had Shango being caught, Joseph bowled Cornwall for 60. So those are the wickets, as this one is turned down into the leg side area by Mohammed for a single. And that single takes him on to 14. And the Silver, who is on 1 from 1 delivery, is back on strike. But a good break took, though, for the Leeward Islands right after lunch, 116 for 3. In the air. And fielder there getting a hand to it. That's Casey Carty. And no, that's Louis at Whitish mid-on. And might have been played into the ground. And bouncing out to Louis, but the single taken nevertheless, and one more to the Silver. And here is Mohammed sweeping into the body of young Joel Andrew, and he walks away as the over comes to an end. So 117 for 3. Trinidad and Tobago winning the toss and batting here today at Warner Park.
Django gone in that over for 60. Just a little bit casual, didn't get to the pitch of the delivery and hit it in the air where he was caught at mid-on. Good wicket for the Leewards to get. Every wicket is a good one. 114 for 3 when that wicket went. 117 now. And Alzari Joseph is bowling from the media centre end. Still looking to get his first wicket. 7 overs. Only 6 runs conceded. So he has been doing his job in terms of holding an end and will be looking to get a wicket as well.
Would be bowling to the Silver, the right-handed the Silver. And Silver not doing too well with the bat in recent times. In fact, he was dropped from the West Indies team in Pakistan, having travelled there as vice-captain. And
was a big call, was a gutsy call by the selectors.
It was.
But I dare say they got it right because Imlach did what he was supposed to do. He kept well.
And someone told me that in recent times, Silver might have dropped some 27 catches, quite a number of catches. This one is turned around nicely down to long leg. It was short again from Joseph, and he picks up a single.
Controlled it well.
Certainly did. Gutsy call indeed, Carlisle. And we have seen captains sitting out. Roy Charmer did that in Australia. He sat out. He voluntarily dropped himself.
It was in Australia too, where Vice Captain Logie was out and Keith Atherton came in.
Yes, I think
100.
So. That's right. So, being captain or vice captain doesn't make you immune to being dropped. Joseph once more turned into the onside. It goes up square of looking on the offside, and second one being taken. Then we had some running to do to his left. So 2 more to the score. 120 it is now for 3. So the Silver, of course, would like to get himself some runs and, of course, improve on his wicket keeping if he's to force his way back into the West Indies team. That's a good opportunity here today. Good batting conditions here at Warner Park. First day of the match. And just after lunch, flicked into the onside. The hands go up because that one was flicked from off stumps. But Mohammed is in a fine form. Has been so this season. And got bat onto it, played it well, picked up a single. Normally when you're in this sort of form, Carlisle, you see it as big as some say as big as a breadfruit, but some see it as big as a football.
Have to make it count.
Definitely. I mean, if you look at Steve Smith for Australia, I mean, when he's batting, he goes across the line a lot, and you think that he could be in danger, but he doesn't miss many. In fact, he had an excellent series there in Sri Lanka, where he picked up a couple hundreds in the Test series. Joseph once more, short, and they're taken down the onside by Hamilton. Hamilton, a rather bubbly character, always on the go, lively. He's been around for quite some time too, playing for the Leeward Islands. Started playing for Anguilla as a teenager.
He's one of those players who can look back despite his young age and say he has played at Warner Park for 20 plus years.
Oh, certainly. Defended there by the Silver. Hamilton, of course, has division roots. And like you said, one of those players who would have played at Warner Park for over 20 years, quite some time.
Started at 13 and under.
Exactly. So, he knows Warner Park inside out. Carlisle, I heard you posing a question or giving some homework to Gary and myself. Number of players who would have played for the Leeward Islands, or Combined Islands, from St. Kitts and Nevis. And I know I would have to write Carlisle. I cannot sit down and list those players because so many players come to mind. Livingston, Harris, Len Harris, Livingston Sargent, Dutta Kelly. The list goes on, and this is something I would have to sit down and list Because there are so many players. I could remember several of them, but it's a very long list. And certainly, you know, I would have seen quite a bit of cricket in St. Kitts Nevis, so, you know, would be quite familiar with some of these players. Oh, taking on the pad, the appeal goes up. Oh, Joseph thought he had him. And umpire Jacqueline Williams is not interested in that one. Perhaps, Carlisle, that would have gone to the DRS. Was it available? Oh, that looks close, Carlisle.
Well, the best that could have been is umpire's score.
Umpire's score.
That looked to be sliding down late.
Oh, okay. Probably. So perhaps we could say that Jacqueline Williams got it right. And she's entitled, I mean, you know, if in her opinion there's some doubt, she's entitled to give the benefit of the doubt to the batsman. And certainly, as you rightly said, it could have been umpire's call. So not a bad decision at all by umpire Jacqueline Williams, who has been doing well for herself over the years. She has been moving up in the ranks, and you have seen her on the international scene with the female tournaments, the ICC female tournaments. So she would have done quite well for herself, and you know, over the years has gained experience, has gotten better and better. Our own Carly Tuckett too, he certainly has ascended the ranks of umpiring in regional cricket. Has been as far as Canada to umpire in that league there. But Durham has been brought on from the far end as this one is driven up to mid-off, and Joseph is in the way and they can't score. At the end of this over, Gary Pemberton should be taking over from me. As Durham going around the wicket. Bowls to Mohammed, who drives up to extra cover. And it's fielded there and there's no run. So Durham for the first time being switched around. Started from the media center end, the Paul Southwell media center end. Comes in left arm around. Mohammed is back and forces up to cover. Henry comes from off the boundary and fields, and just a single to Mohammed. So 123 it is for 3. Mohammed 18 and the silver is on 3. And Durham, who picked up the first wicket for the Leeward Islands earlier on before lunch, was roughed up by Django. In fact, in one over, Django struck some 16 runs off him. This one is turned into the onside up to square leg. Just a single as Gore is quickly into field, but it's one more to the silver. And with that single, the silver goes on to 4. So Durham left arm, very tall lad. This one is right up in the block hole, driven up to mid-off, straight to Joseph. He fields, and there's no run. So Durham once more with a delivery which draws a defensive prod from Mohammed. Brings the over to an end, 124. It is for 3. And Gary will join Carlisle.
Mohammed has looked quite settled. In no rush whatsoever. It's day 1 of this round 3 game. Leewards and Trinidad and Tobago both undefeated in the tournament so far. And their batting has been good to date. They find themselves at 124 for 3. Going to launch at 107 for the loss of 2. And so some 17 runs better off, but they have also lost a wicket. Good afternoon, Gary.
Good afternoon to you, Carlisle. Good afternoon to our listeners. And the Leewards trying to continue to keep things tidy after lunch. And the experience Alzari Joseph is bowling from this deep media center end.
While he hasn't picked up a wicket, he has put in the hard work, Gary. And he has looked purposeful. Bowls to De Silva, who is flicking down the onside. That's an errant delivery. Good take by Jamal Hamilton. He has kept well in the game so far.
Yes, and good pace as well. Even though he was offline, he came off the pitch pretty quickly as well. So it seemed to be generating a bit of pace out of this two-sides pitch here at Warner Park.
I did say earlier that his pace seems good. Just the short ball is a little bit too short and not always forcing the batsman to play. He has a long leg on the boundary and a deep backward square right on the boundary. Those are the two catchers who were there because he has been testing the batsman with a short ball.
So De Silva would want to get amongst the runs and make a good score. As the captain of the Red Force team, he won the toss and decided to bat here at Warner Park, so he too would want to make some runs. Short delivery and bounced it in front of the fielder running in from long leg, went to his right and into the boundary for a short delivery, and De Silva was playing it down towards the long leg area. The fielder came in quickly, but the ball dropped in front of him and he didn't cater for the turn away to his right, and he went past him into the boundary for 4.
Didn't commit himself either. Didn't seem to be ready to run in and attempt the catch or to step back and to prevent the boundary. And in the end, it went past him for 4 runs. But he did try to get on top of it, did this De Silva, and try to play it down. So he's showing good commitment, good sensible batting there by him.
So Alzari will try once more from this media center end as the sun is out and shining brightly. And this is the 3rd round encounter. Leewards at the top of the standings would want to continue to do well. And with the delivery pitched up, and we get a single. It should get a 2 because the fielder down at long leg, our backward square, had to come across towards the mid-wicket area because the fielder at mid-wicket, that looked like Durham, couldn't stop it and went behind him, and they were able to go through for 2 runs. Joseph seemed a bit disappointed. But 2 more runs have been added to the total 130. It is 4-3 Trinidad and Tobago after winning the toss and batting.
Didn't see the full commitment there from Doran, and so a little bit of hesitancy has crept into the Leeward's feeling since lunch. They have picked up the 1 wicket, and there is a chance for them to make further inroads. And just taking a quick peep at the game in Barbados, Jamaica 113 for 3, having lost Campbell, Carlos Brown, and Kirk Mackenzie.
Right, so 3 wickets also falling here at Warner Park. The delivery was pitched up, and De Silva is driving, plays it down to mid-off, and there is no chance of a run. So the West Indies 4-day competition well and truly on, and we've seen a few centuries already been scored. Is that the indication that the pitches are good or the batsmen are batting well, Carlisle?
So far, the pitch hasn't given any great surprises. In the game, Windwards against Combined Campuses, the start has been delayed. And much like us, we got a delay this morning. Teams haven't been announced yet. The toss has not yet been taken.
So De Silva getting a short delivery. This time he ducked underneath it, but he was ducking with his bat in the air. And Unfortunately for him, he didn't take the bat and went behind. But the over is completed. 130 it is for 3 at the end of that over. Over number 32 has been completed.
Something of a bit of a tennis ball bounce there, because he had to drive that one in the middle of the pitch for him to get the kind of bounce that he wanted. And so in the end it was quite harmless. That looks like Transangular flying overhead, going through some clouds. And they, as the name suggests, have a lot to do with Anguilla, home based in Anguilla. Fly up through the islands all the way up to Antigua and back down on a daily basis.
So Durham will continue from that far end, and he'll be bowling to the experienced Jason Mohammed. He indicated that he's not in any rush. He has had a good season, good start to the season. And Durham he was bowling to Mohammed. So Mohammed uses his experience, as we have indicated. It's a 4-day encounter. So you have the entire day to bat if you so desire. And Jason Mohammed is taking his own time. He's an 18 from 37. Thought about it. The delivery, spinning away outside the off stump. Then just watch it go through to be taken behind by the keeper. And see some adjustment, some hand gesture by the keeper. As Doran between the umpire and the stumps. And the experienced Mohammed is just pushing it back down the strip. So Leewards will want to continue to pick up wickets. Doran would want to get amongst the wickets this season. And a delivery which is pushed back down the strip on the offside. And there is no chance of run. So Doran is bowling from that far end. Cornwall, the captain, is a slip. We have a point in Walsh. There's a cover on the boundary, extra cover on the mid-off. And Mohammed is easily in behind it, pushed it down into the offside, and there is no chance of a run. Still windy conditions here at Warner Park. This is the West Indies 4-day championship. He will go quickly for the single. Return came in, struck the stumps, but Mohammed is quickly home for a single. So he realized that the fielder at mid-off was a bit deep. And he pushed it and got a single to become the end of that over. An over in which you just saw one run coming from it. And the TNT at first batting first, 131 for 3.
131 for 3 with Mohammed on 19 from his 42. And Da Silva is on 10 from 14. In no hurry whatsoever. Just making sure that they can get a very good middle order performance here from their batsmen. That looks like Puerto Real cargo ship leaving the Bastia Harbour here at the Deepwater Port. And they should make the turn left and head over to Nevis in just a bit. And it's been one of those lovely sunshiny days, but it's good cloud cover and the breeze has been strong. So very cooling breeze for the players. We've seen a change in the bowling, and the captain has decided that he will bowl his fast bowlers in short bursts. And so we see Jeremiah Louis coming back into the attack. He's none for 29 from 6.
And this is the third spell, so he seems as though he has been given 3 over spells. His first 2 spells, 6 overs. So he has now come back for his third spell, none for 29. And all of his bowling has been done from the media center end. And Jason Mohammed is onto the front foot that will deliver up on the off stump. So Jeremiah Louis would have had a good season last year. Carlisle would want to continue to pick up wickets, but he has not looked that threatening so far in this game.
The pitch is bare, not a hint of live grass on the track. And we haven't seen any sideways movement at all.
So he will try once more from the media center end. And last year he got 3 for 38 at Warner Park versus the same TNT TNT in the first innings only got to 137. Jeremiah Louis got 3 wickets. Cornwall got 2. So Louis would want to get amongst the wickets. Last year I realized he would have gotten the ball to Seymour away from the right-handers, especially in the opening spell in the with the new ball. He did that right here at Warner Park, but we have not seen much movement so far in this encounter. First day, wide outside the off stump, and Mohammed will get a single down towards the back of the point area, short outside the off stump. We have seen Jeremiah Louis, he has a tendency to give a wide delivery, a ball pitched up, and most of the times the batsman would make good use of it. So he will continue from this media center end. And we're bowling to captain of the Red Force team, the wicketkeeper batsman, the Silver. So a good knock by Django. Was aggressive, was positive. And Louis now will go into the Silver. Delivery is in behind it and pushed it down into the onside. You have 2 slips with the gully. But as you indicated, you have not seen the sideways movement. So the slips have not been brought into action. At least not with the medium fast bowlers. We saw the second wicket, which went down when Cornwall got Mohan caught by Walsh moving away from slip. As Jeremiah Louis will go into bowl to the Silver, getting good delivery and getting some applause from the keeper behind the stump, just on about the off stump. And the captain, the Silver, just had to defend. So a consolidating period for Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. The captain would want to play long innings, and the experience of Jason Mohammed is still there. He's on 20 from 45 as the Red Force chose to bat on a good batting strip here at Warner Park. So Louis will try once more, and he'll get a single at least. Well, should get at least 2 runs as Alzari Joseph has some running to do down towards the wide or the straightest mid wicket area. 2 runs, the ball on the pads of the Silver. Clip it into the onside to bring up the end of over number 34. 134 it is for 3 Red Force.
The line was off. It was too much into the pads, heading leg side. And he split the gap between the fielders at mid-wicket and mid-on and picked up 2 runs. Because you're not seeing any deviation, and because Jeremiah Louis is not going to scare you with his pace, his variation is going to have to be key here, Gary. He should know that he's coming in for 3 overs, 4 overs, 5 overs, absolute maximum. And so his variation and his line and length will have to be important.
Yes, he'll have to keep that ball a straight line on the stumps. He was straight on the onside, and he was able to get 2 runs. We have seen him straight before and was struck for a boundary, so you want to keep a tight off-stump line without giving the batters too much room. But it will be Doran who will be continuing from that far end. He has bowled 8 overs, 1 for 45. He would have gotten the first wicket of Cooper, LBW. So it's Doran will continue from that far end. Breezy conditions still here at Warner Park. Captain Cornwall, he's a slip, the lone slip fielder. Mohammed will get a single. A short delivery, was backing away looking to punch it into the offside, goes bouncing down to the fielder coming off the boundary, that's Henry. So 1 more to the total, takes it on to 135. So the Red Force winning toss and batting. Flighted delivery. And the captain of the Red Force team, that's the Silver, just pushed it back down the strip on the onside. And the bowler field to his own bowling. The Silver is coming forward, beaten, looking to drive from the inner portion onto the pad to a flighted delivery. He was coming on the track looking to played into the onside.
It's clever bowling. Seem to have been the one just going straight on with the arm.
So he was deceived somewhat, the captain of the Red Force team, flatter, faster. This time we watched it go through, taken behind by Jamal Hamilton. So Hamilton has been doing duties for the Leewards behind the stumps, and also he has made runs as well for the Leewards. He's already gotten a half century for the season. A flatter, faster delivery. And the Silver has pushed it into the offside, the bowler fields. So one delivery remaining in the over from Doran, 135 for 3. Onto the back foot is, we get an easy single to bring up the end of that over to take the total to 136 for 3 wickets at the end of over number 35.
It's not spinning at any great speed, nor are we seeing any big turn. And so when you drop short on this wicket, it's too easy to bat. Too easy when you drop short. Another container ship comes into the harbour, Gary?
Yes, it has been a busy day. This is Wednesday, that's when the containers keep coming into Deepwater Port. And you also see the cruise liners, 2 cruise ships in the harbour at Port Dante as well. So this is still in the heart of the tourist season. But Louis will continue from the media centre end. Alzari Joseph is having a quiet word with Louis. And trying to figure out how they can break this partnership. If he can get another wicket or 2 here, certainly would put some pressure on the Red Force team after they won the toss and batted on what has been a good batting strip here at Warner Park. Just a couple more spectators have come into Warner Park. And they go through for an easy single. Good communication between the two. Just push it into the offside. Another single. With that single, total has gone on to 137. So this is the 3rd game for the Leewards. They would have won the previous 2 matches. TNT also would have won the 2 games quite convincingly. So they'll be hoping that they can continue winning. That's the Red Force team, the Leewards as well. We'll be hoping that they can do well in this game as well. Mohammed is driving nicely. We get a single as Durham at mid-off or had to move across to his left, so 1 more to the total. It was going on to 138. Still see the side screen, the tarpaulin in the distance as the side screen fluttering in the breeze. Sun is with us here at Warner Park. Some high white puffy clouds. As Lowen is in a 3rd spell. Good delivery on the stumps, and the Silver is to the measure of it this time. Just pushed it down to Joseph at mid-on. And there is no chance of a run. So the Silver is on 14. He has faced some 24 deliveries. Jason Mohammed is on 22 from 47. And would want to play a long innings for his team. The captain, that's the Silver. And Louis would want to get the wicket of the Silver. And his forces love the shot through the onside. We go for 4. As Alzari Joseph has given up the chase. A good shot onto the back, short of a length, and he just stood up tall and punched it through the mid-on area and down towards the boundary for 4. Love the shot.
Too short, too straight, and Louis does not have the kind of pace to trouble the Silver on that length. And so it was an easy 4 runs, really.
So with that 4, the total has gone on to 142 for 3. Captain Cornwall still persisting with the 2 slips, or 2 slips on the gully. Into the onside. Should get at least 2 runs. They have crossed for the 1st. And Henry is giving chase. We pull it back inside the ropes, and they're thinking about the 3rd. And they will get it quite easily in the end. So 3 more runs to the total. The previous delivery was struck for 4. And this one was on the pad and played it through mid-wicket. One is able to pick up 3 more runs. So with those 3 runs, the total has progress to 145. So Louis just train in line. And the batter was able to get 3 more runs. Captain Cornwall still persisting with the 2 slips, even though there isn't much movement, as Louis and Mohammed get a delivery on the stumps, push it down into the offside. The over is completed. It's 145 for 3 Red Force batting first here at Warner Park.
And going along nicely, recovering from the loss of the 3rd wicket after lunch. They had put on just 7 runs when they lost the 3rd wicket. 36 overs gone. Lot of overs left in the day's play.
So Doran will continue from that far end. Bowling to the captain. The silver is on 21. And the non-striker is Jason Mohammed. He's on 22. So for Durham, we have 1 slip. There is a point. There is a cover on the boundary, extra cover, and the mid-off. He's a single as the batter, the silver, that eases into the offside, goes down to cover. And there is a single. Seems as though the youngster Shelton Forbes is on the field. We'll check to see who is off. Is it Alzari? Could be Alzari Joseph, might be off the field.
No.
Alzari is up to that mid-off. As Doran comes up bowls to Mohammed. And no run, 146 for 3. So Doran will continue from that far end. Bowling to Jason Mohammed. We get an easy single down to mid-off where Mikhail Louis moved across to his right. He feels, and speaking of Mikhail Carlisle, he would want to get some runs in this match.
Wait, as a batsman, every time you bat, you want to get a few runs. And he didn't get any in Antigua.
So Silva standing up straight and punches it back down the strip. Umpire Carl Tuckett at the far end, indicating to his square-leg counterpart that 2 deliveries remaining. And the Silva is forcing again, this time down to mid-on. And there is no chance of a run. 147. Current partnership 33 from 52 balls as Doran between the umpire and the stumps. And watch it spinning through outside the off stump to be taken behind by the keeper to bring up over number 37. That has been completed. 147 it is for 3 TNT.
And Trinidad and Tobago very quietly going about their business. It looks like Hayden Walsh, who was off the field, was just now come back onto the field of play. And talking about Hayden Walsh, I wonder how much longer before we see him. He hasn't bowled yet, and the captain has gone back to his pacers, giving them short bursts. The rotation for the pacers is now from the media center end, and the job has fallen to Jeremiah Louis.
So Louis will continue from this media center end, 2 slips, and the gully there's a point on the boundary, extra cover, and the mid-off into the onside will get at least 2 runs as Alzari Joseph just flicks it back inside the rope and will get 3 runs. That's Jason Mohammed on the leg stump.
2 straight.
Played it down towards the straightest mid-wicket area for 3 runs. So keep straight in line. And 3 more runs to the total. With that, those 3 runs, 150 for the Red Force coming up in over number 38.
Yeah, much too straight. Getting into the pads there of Jason Mohammed, who just worked it down into the vacant position there and picked up 3 runs. Now we've seen a change in the fielding in that straight mid-wicket is in, and the sweeper from the boundary and the offside has come into what would be the 30-yard circle.
So Louis will try once more on the off stump. So the gully has been removed and placed into the mid-wicket area. That's the youngster Joel Andrew. So the total remains at 150 for 3. And so there's 2 slips. The fielder from the point area came in, maybe had a quiet word with the silver. Then he goes back to his position at point. I think that's Karim go at backward point. As Louis bowled to the silver. The silver is getting the delivery into the onside, goes too quickly for the single. Alzari Joseph moving to his left, cannot stop the run, 1 more to the total. It has gone on to 157 for 3 wickets. The Red Force winning the toss and batting. We're in the second session of this, the first day's play here at Warner Park in the 3rd round encounter. Leewards at the top of the table in terms of the point standing, just 0.2 of a point ahead of the Guyana Happy Eagles. And the Red Force in 3rd. All teams, 3 teams would have won the 2 opening matches. And Louis will continue from this the media center end. Short, and the batter Jason Mohammed has got inside of the line and watches it go through to be taken behind by the keeper. You have seen the pace bowlers trying to test this pitch at Warner Park, but they have to dig it in a bit too short, Carlisle.
Have to bowl it in their own half for them to get the ball to rise. Maybe just a rest ball for them, just a dot ball for them, because they prove absolutely harmless to the batters so far.
So Louis is in his 9th over. 2 deliveries remaining. Right up, driving, and goes down to mid-off. Jason Mohammed seemed a bit disappointed, didn't get it a bit straighter. Go to the left of the field at mid-on. Could have picked up a boundary, but got it straight down to mid-on. And the total remains at 151, and the delivery picked up and could have been punished, but it went straight down to mid-on. So we have seen some 8.5 overs been bowled by Jeremiah Louis, 45 runs. He has not picked up a wicket, not a short delivery. Outside the off-stump, taken behind by the keeper to become the end of the over. Over number 38 have been completed, 151 for 3, the Red Force.
And Gary, I think it's not too long before we see spin at both ends, I fancy, because we have seen some from Joseph, we have seen some from Louis, non-threatening to my view.
Right, and so Doran will continue from that far end. So we'll see if Jeremiah Louis will be replaced at this end. He has bowled his 3rd over and his 3rd spell. His first 2 spells or 3 overs each. He has now bowled 9 overs. So Doran will continue from that far end. He will be bowling his 10th over, or 1 for 49.
And you will be joined by Earl Smitten and Gary.
Alright, so as Powell departs, Earl Smitten will come into the seat, and Doran will continue from that far end. There's a slip and a forward short leg. There's also a fielder straight at mid-wicket, or short mid-on, straight, that's Jeremiah Louis. And there's also a mid-on. There's a fielder down at back of the square. Then on the offside we have Joseph at backward point, a cover on the boundary, extra cover, mid-off. And thought about a single as Captain De Silva played it down into the onside. Louis was quickly around towards the right. De Silva was looking for the run, but was sent back by the experienced Jason Mohammed. And the total remains 151 for 3 here in the second session of the first day's play at Warner Park. Delivery which was turning but a bit slow, and a bounce, and just pushed it down into the to mid-off or mid-on, and there is another run, 151 for 3. Silva pushes it nicely, goes down to mid-off. Hayden washes in the way he feels. Cornwall, big figure of Cornwall at slip. That's the low on slip. There's also a forward short leg flatter, faster. And De Silva, the captain of the Red Force team, would want to play a captain's knock. Just pushed it down to mid-off. No rush. It's a 4-day encounter. We're just in the second session of this, the first day's play. No immediate threat of rain. High clouds. And Doran will continue from that far end between the umpire and the stumps. The over is completed with a prodded shot. Maiden over, and the signal by the umpire for the water break. So the first water break after lunch, the first hour after lunch has been completed. But good afternoon to you, Smitten.
Good afternoon, Gary. Good afternoon, listeners. First water break, and probably it's a good time for us to take our first water break also.
All right, so we have seen the change of bowling. So the 3 over per spell for Jeremiah Louis has continued. So he has just bowled 3 overs in his second spell. And so Walsh has been brought into the attack from this media center, and he's bowling his first over. And we get a single. Keeper has some running to do, so he'll get 2 runs. They might get 3 as well, because if the Silva hustles quickly enough, he can come back for 3 runs. So he has done that, and he has gotten 3 runs. So the total remains on, goes on to 154 with those 3 runs. The first delivery from Walsh was on the onside. They would pick up 3. So the keeper had a lot of running to do down towards the final leg area. Now we see Captain Cornwall making an adjustment. He's asking the fielder down on the boundary to come into the coming a bit shorter. So we're seeing Hayden Walsh is in his first over. Has been brought into the attack for his first over after some 39 overs. Replacing Jeremiah Louis from the media center end. Swung away for 4. Bad delivery. And normally the right arm Wispin would serve up some short long hop. And that was a short delivery and punished by the captain of the Red Force team.
Of course, we're seeing Hayden Walsh for the first time in this match. Coming in after lunch, and on this docile track, you cannot afford to be too short, and he was too short then and punished. Of course, he has the advantage of bowling to 2 right-handers, and should be taking the ball away from the right-handers. But here is he going too short again and being punished once more, this time for 6.
Not a bad delivery, and the captain made full use of it, swung it over mid-wicket this time for 6. Was shorter, and he got underneath of it and struck it away for 6 runs. So another good start for the right arm Wispin.
It was the googly toe, Gary. It was but too much too short, and swung away for a massive 6. And not a good start here by Hayden Walsh Jr., conceding some 13 runs in this over so far.
So with that shortly, 50 partnership also coming up between these two, the experienced Mohammed and the captain of the Red Force team, that's Silva. So the Silva with those 2 boundary shots, that he has gone with a 33. He has faced some 42 balls, and Mohammed is on 29 from 55. And this time you saw the Silva looking to give himself room, was cramped, pushed it into the offside to bring up the end of the first over. An expensive first over from Hayden Walsh Jr.
Very expensive, 13 runs coming from that over, but finishing up the over well, not conceding any further runs. And Gary, interestingly, we've been told that previously, in previous tournaments, they were using the Jukes ball in the West Indies tournament, and now they're using the Kookaburra, which one gets the impression does not do too much of the tracksy and makes it a lot easier for the batsmen. In fact, we have seen a number of centuries being scored so far this year. Trinidad and Tobago, they themselves would have picked up some 4 centuries, and as a matter of fact, the Leeward Islands, they have not picked up any centuries yet, but we saw Brathwaite getting a double, young Tuckett getting 100 also, and Hodge from the Windwards, he also got 100. Campbell also got 100, 126, so quite a number of hundreds coming this year in this year's tournament.
And we're just in the 3rd round, so we might see many more centuries being scored. And Doran is continuing from the far end. And Mohammed has gotten 2 of those centuries, has gotten a good start. He's on 29. He has been there for some 58 deliveries, would want to make 3 centuries in 3 consecutive games. The experienced Mohammed still making runs, producing for the Red Force team. A bad delivery. Punches through the extra cover region and down towards the boundary for 4. It was a loose delivery on the off stump, and the batter Mohammed made no mistake and played it through extra cover down towards the boundary for 4.
Yes, a poor delivery indeed. And what is exceptional about Mohammed's batting? I mean, you said in 2 matches, but in fact in 2 innings, Trinidad and Tobago batting only once in both of those games they would have played. So in each innings he would have played, he would have scored centuries, 103 and 176.
So played back down the strip, and there is no chance of a run. So the Jason Mohammed certainly making full use of his experience in the regional competition, continue to score well, and we get a single as the ball is turned down into the onside. So it's 169 for 3 in over number 41. And Captain Cornwall will want to ring changes and keep things tight. The Red Force, after winning the toss and batting, have lost 2 wickets. So another over has been completed over number 41, 169 for 3.
In terms of the Leeward Islands bowling, Captain Cornwall is the only one out there who gives the impression that he could pick up a wicket at any time. Although Durham got the first wicket, he has been rather ineffective, and his length and line at times has left a lot to be desired. Louis, we have seen a number of times over pitching and going too short at times and being punished. Joseph, he certainly has been the tightest of the lot, apart from Cornwall, but he has not looked penetrative.
So Walsh will continue his second over, and he's bowling to Jason Mohammed. So you're looking up the difference between the two balls. The juke ball is generally considered to swing more due to its pronounced seam, making it better suited for swing bowling in overcast conditions, while the kookaburra ball is often seen as easier grip for spinners and performs better on bouncier pitches with a slightly lower seam. So we're using juke ball or kookaburra this year?
Kookaburra now.
Okay.
That's the one we're using. Previously the jukes ball.
Tumbling effort by Durham, running away from mid-off down towards the extra cover area, deep extra cover, and we're able to get a single. So the kookaburra, so the juke ball is considered to swing more due to the pronounced seam. So that's why we're not seeing much movement, because we're using a different ball this year. So maybe that explains why we're not seeing much seam movement. And good bit of feeling, but they knocked it down. That's the fielder Henry. But the batter's crossed for single, 171 for 3.
Spin bowlers, they are doing quite well in the regional cricket so far. As a matter of fact, Carrie Peer, he would have picked up some 8 wickets in a match and 7 wickets in another match, and he has some 21 wickets so far in 2 matches for Trinidad and Tobago.
Full delivery, swung away for 6, over straightest mid wicket. So we have seen a very poor start to the spell of the bowler Walsh. He has been struck for another 6 in 2 overs, 2 sixes. And it's always difficult for a right-arm wrist pin to pitch early in his spell. And we've seen some bad bowling so far.
Cannot afford to miss your length. That one was a full pitch delivery, of course, and a gift to the batsman. But you cannot afford to miss your length on this Warner Park track. You cannot afford to be too short or too full. The batsmen, they are going to put you away. And we are speaking of batsmen. Mohammed in particular, who has been in very good form so far this season. So you cannot really afford to be bowling, serving up full tosses and short deliveries to a batsman of his class.
And there was the batsman Jason Mohammed coming on the pitch. When he got there, just patted it, and the over is completed and allowed appeal But the over is completed, no damage done. 177 for 3 wickets at the end of the over. So you have seen 2 overs have been completed by Hayden Walsh. 2 overs, none for 21. The first over went for 13, and the second over for 8.
Yes, very expensive start by Hayden Walsh. Very expensive indeed, and he has not bowled one delivery that seemed to have troubled any of the batsmen, and perhaps we might not see him into the attack too long. Perhaps it might be time for Cornwall, who seems to be the only bowler to me for the Leeward Islands who looked at any point in taking a wicket.
So Durham will continue from that far end. So the fact that they're using the Kookaburra ball is better for spinners, easier grip, and that maybe indicated why you have seen a number of spinners picking up wickets, a number of wickets this year for the 2025 West Indies 4-Day Championship. So the Kookaburra ball is more suited for the spinners, easier grip, and the juke ball is generally considered to swing more. So we have not seen much swing, as Durham will continue from that far end.
Well, Gary, though, Kookaburra or juke, I don't think we would have had much swing here at Warner Park or much lateral movement. It's a very bare pitch, and with the existing conditions, apart from earlier this morning when there was a slight overcast and strong breeze blowing across the field, don't think the conditions here are conducive to swing bowling or even seam bowling.
Good bit of feeling at cover, extra cover. The delivery was forced into the offside. But we did see some swing last year though when we had a couple of matches there, especially the first few overs of with the new ball. We saw the ball swung around because we saw Jeremiah Lowry got some swing last year.
Of course, they were using the jukes ball then.
But you indicated that whether it was juke or Kookaburra, we were
well, today. The conditions were, I don't think the conditions were ideal for swing bowling. But who knows? Just might have seen a bit earlier up with the slight overcast.
So Durham will continue from that far end, trying to break this partnership. They came together to score 114. So they have put on a partnership of 67 runs so far. And Captain De Silva, he has scored 37 of the 67 runs partnership. So he has been a dominant partner. And Jason Mohammed, the experience, taking his own time, 42 from 66.
That's a lot of patience, Jason Mohammed.
So another over has been completed. Over number 43, 181 for 3, the Red Force.
Yes, 181 for 3, 43 overs completed. Django got 60, Mohammed is on 42 not out, and De Silva on 37 not out. And the 3 wickets going down for the Trinidad and Tobago team. Of course, the Trinidad and Tobago team has a very strong batting lineup. There's also to come, we have Yannick Carey. He's a very capable. He has a score of 94. I think a top score of 94 in one of those matches he has played for the season. So he's in some form. And Leeward would like to break this partnership as soon as possible.
So Walsh is continuing from the media center end. He's in the third over. None for 21, 22. 22 runs have come from the 13 deliveries that he has delivered so far. He would want to get on a tight line or on a pitch on a good line and a good length. He has not been able to do that so far. And so for Walsh, there is a slip. There is a point, there's a cover on the boundary, extra cover. And a mid-on. There's a mid-off, mid-wicket, and back of square. And the captain, De Silva, is easily onto the front foot. He won the toss this morning and batted. He has always been a good batting strip here at Warner Park. Walsh is in his third over. And the captain, De Silva, just watches the spin through to be taken behind by the keeper. The keeper trying to encourage his bowler, Walsh.
See Cornwall warming up at slip, so who knows, he might be into the attack very soon.
Should get some runs here. Goes down toward the third man area, flicks back, and the fielding is completed and sends it to the keeper. So 2 more runs to the total. With those 2 runs, the total has gone on to 184. So Captain Cornwall making some adjustment to the field, asking the fielder at the point as Henry to just move a bit to his left, as that ball was guided to his left and down toward the third man area for 2 runs. Similar shot into the offside, and this time the fielder Henry is quickly around, preventing any possibility of a run. Over completed, over number 44, 184 it is for 3 wickets.
So let's see what would happen here now. Leeward's needing a breakthrough, and as anticipated, as I had anticipated, Cornwall is coming back into the attack. He has picked up 2 of the 3 wickets to fall so far, and to me, he's the only one of the Leeward Island bowlers today, to me, who appears to be capable of picking up a wicket. He has picked up 2 so far. Durham, yes, he got 1, but Durham has been very ordinary. He has erred in length and line. He has been very inconsistent. Joseph, while being steady and tight, he has not looked penetrative. When he goes for the bounce, he has been too short, not really putting the batsman under any pressure. And I certainly think it was time for Walsh to come back.
So Cornwall has brought himself back into the attack. 10 overs, 2 for 36. And the patient Jason Mohammed knows that he has the rest of the day to bat. And he's facing up to Cornwall from that far end.
Trinidad and Tobago, they seem to like to bat just once, at least so far in the season. Gary.
Well, we'll wait and see what will happen. Leewards would have won against them last year when they played here at Warner Park. It's Cornwall will continue. Let's see how this game will turn out. Jason Mohammed has gotten amongst the runs so far for the season, and he has made a good start. He's on 44, so he's getting close to another half century for this year. So he has been having a very prolific season, 2025. His experience, I'm sure, is well needed in the Red Force team to guide the younger players along. He has been around for some time and continue to make his contribution to the advancement of cricket in Trinidad and Tobago. As Cornwall will continue from that far end into the onside, there goes for an easy single. That's Captain Joshua De Silva. So with that single, he has gone on to 40. Mohammed has faced 70 balls. He's on 44. Captain Cornwall is bowling from the far end. Still a nice breeze coming across the outfield. Forces into the offside. We should get at least 2 runs. Go into the boundary, and it will cost just about now for 4. And there was the batsman Mohammed just going onto the back foot, giving himself room and forcing it into the offside. Once it got past the field at extra cover, it went into the boundary for 4. So with that 4, the total has gone on to 186. So the over has been completed. 186 or 190 at the end of over number 45.
Yes, Jason Mohammed playing a good shot there for 4. Cornwall having come back into the attack. Mohammed, of course, is 38 years old. He was born in September, so he would be 39 This year is born September the 23rd, 1986. And I could recall last year, people like Darren Ganger was calling for his head, saying that he was too old and he's not going to make West Indies team again and he should not be playing. But Jason Mohammed has continued to produce, and this is probably one of the reasons why he's still very, very much a part of the Trinidad and Tobago team.
So Walsh is continuing, and Captain De Silva is in strike. He's on 40. He too would want to get a century on this flat pitch here at Warner Park. And I'm sure Jason Mohammed, just 2 runs away from a half century, will have his eyes set on a century as well. As De Silva will get a single as he plays it down to deep cover. 1 more to the total. It goes on to 191. I mean, over number 46. Remember, the Red Force would have won the toss and batted here at Warner Park. This is a 3rd round encounter. Leeward's at the top of the table. Will get a single. Just uses his feet as Mohammed gets it towards Durham, who is deep at mid-off. 1 more to the total. Takes it on to 192 for 3. 2 deliveries remaining in over number 46. You have seen some 17 fours and 6 sixes. Been shocked so far in the Red Force inning. And the captain is on 41. And goes through for an easy single. Went down to Alzari Joseph at mid-on. So Walsh is in the 3rd over. 1 delivery remaining. He has conceded some 27 runs. And Jason Mohammed is in sight of another half century, just 1 away. Some 49, he has faced some 72 deliveries. Captain Cornwall is a slip. There is a point, a cover on the boundary. Extra cover on the mid-off. Walsh with the final delivery. Into the offside. We get another single. We bring up another half century for the experienced Jason Mohammed. So with that single, he has gone on to 50 from 73. And good knock by the experienced Mohammed to bring up the end of the over. At the end of it, 194 for 3 after some words from you. Earl, we'll hear the voice of Carlisle.
Well, Jason Mohammed bringing up a good 50. And having struck some 4 fours and 1 maximum. So Mohammed continues to soldier on, and it just proves that age is just a number. 38 years old in his 39th year, and still looking very fit, still batting well. Has had the consecutive hundreds, and now bringing up another 50. And who knows? It could be a case of having scored 3 centuries on the trot, but certainly batting well, and gets another 4 here as he punches this one out to cover. That's a very good shot indeed. And a bit short from Walsh, and Mohammed gave himself some room and punched it through cover for 4. Good afternoon, Carlisle.
Afternoon, Earl. Not a lot in the pitch. Whatever turn there is slow, and the bounce is not great either. And so the bowlers are going to have to be in line. That was a poor delivery, short and wide, and asked to be hit for 4.
Carlisle, we would have been having the discussion, a short discussion on the type of ball, as this one goes into the onside type of ball being used this year. We understand that previously the Chooks ball was being used, and now they're using the Kookaburra ball, as this one is pushed into the onside by Mohammed. And we understand that the Kookaburra ball favors the spinners mostly, as opposed to the Jukes ball. And you're seeing most of the wicket this year been taken by spinners.
That's nothing new, Earl. That
That's
has
nothing.
happened for,
Indeed, you're
for
so
a long
correct.
time.
That exactly.
And I don't care whether they use a Curry, a Juke, a Kookaburra. Poor bowling is poor bowling.
That's right. That is true, Carlisle, and you're so correct. And that's one way of looking at it. Push to mid-on.
What you have to do on a pitch like this, you have to be patient.
Well,
both as a batsman and
that's
as a
right.
bowler, you have to be patient and you have to be consistent.
The Mohammed has shown patience there and he's being rewarded as this one is swept down to long leg for a single. But you're so correct, Carlisle. You have to be patient. And we have not seen the Leeward Island bowlers, generally. Cornwall has been fairly consistent, but the others, they have not shown that patience. They have tended to be a bit too short at times and over-pitching at times. And I was saying earlier, Carlisle, that Cornwall is the only bowler I've seen out there today who seems likely to get a wicket.
And even so, he has gone at 4 and over.
Yeah, so
he has picked up 2 wickets, but his 12 overs have gone for 48 runs. Hayden Walsh, his 4 overs have gone for 28, and he has not looked threatening at all. Daniel Doran has been expensive. He has sent down his 13 overs for 50-yard runs. They just have to be more patient, and they have to be willing to just bowl at a plan. Walsh is bowling to Da Silva, given generous flight, so generous that it's a full toss, and play it down to mid-wicket, they'll get a couple. So he moves closer to his half century. He's now on 45.
So it's Walsh. And once again, short and wide, a bit too short that time, and punched into the offside. But this time he gets away, he goes straight to a fieldsman, and there's no run. This one is wide of the off stump, but Walsh has been around for quite some time. In fact, he's the vice captain of this Leeward Islands team now. I think he has not found that level of control as yet after a number of years. As this one goes down to third man, it could
go for 4.
In fact, it does. 4 runs to the silver. So Walsh continues to be expensive.
Too short, too wide, too easy to play, and played it down to the vacant third man position. Da Silva has brought up his half century.
And he certainly would have been pleased with this knock.
No, he's on 49.
Well, 49, yes. So 1 short of that 50. So for someone who's been playing this long, and this is what would have cost him his place in the West Indies team. He has not been a regular performer. And he has lacked that control. We know leg spinners do have this tendency to be too short and too full at times, to be expensive. But certainly we have seen some leg spinners grow the longer they play, and they've gained more control, punched up to cover for a single. So Carlisle, Lee was opting to go for 3 spinners, and they're not really paying off as the 50 comes up there for the silver. 50 coming up from some 68 deliveries for the silver. Driven up to cover, just a single. This time it's Mohammed.
At one point, the Leeward's franchise was based in St. Kitts, so these players, their home base would have been here at Warner Park. They know the track. And this seems flatter than the ordinary flat Warner Park pitch. Not a hint of grass on the surface. And rolled heavy, rolled hard, and it's slow. The bounce has been slow. The turn, whatever hint of turn there is slow. And so you depend on the bowlers to show good variation. And for the most part, they have erred on the side of being short, and that has given up quite a bit of runs.
Well, you're so correct. Variation, yes, but not the type of variation we have been seeing from the Leeward Island bowlers, being too short and too full at times. And I'm certain you're speaking of variation in pace, variation in terms of line. Of course, the length would not be the same, but they have been a bit too full and a bit too short at times. So they certainly they have paid. But the captain will continue. We'll be looking to pick up another wicket. Came into this match having picked up some 14 wickets in the two previous matches, so he's now on 16 wickets. Has opted to go around the wicket to Mohammed. And Carlisle, I was saying earlier on that some folks in Trinidad and Tobago last year, they were saying that Trinidad and Tobago should get rid of Mohammed because of his age. He's now 38, would be 39 in September this year. What's your thoughts on that? He continues to produce. He's very fit.
I'm not the greatest person to ask that question. My own grandmother lived to be 170 years old, so my perspective on youth is maybe a little bit different. But when it comes to cricket and sports related to performance, if somebody is producing the goods, why do you want to say to them that they must take leave? I mean, we've seen it not just with Trinidad and Tobago. You said people spoke about it. Kyron Powell is 34. Maybe he's too old for the Leeward setup.
That's interesting.
I like people to tell me that the player has not been producing. Don't tell me that his age is against him, not when he's producing. What do you do with a Jason Mohammed? 2 centuries for the season, not out on 57. Do you say to him, listen, go home because we want to pick somebody who is younger, who might not be producing the goods? Cricket is a performance sport.
Exactly, and I don't subscribe to this thought that you want to play people who are going to make West Indies team. I mean, you play 11 players. Do we expect the 11 players to make West Indies team?
And you have 8 teams. 8 multiplied by the number of players who play for each team all of them will never ever make the West Indies team. So what do you say to a player like Imlach, for example? You take him on tour, you say, we're taking you as a backup keeper because you're too old. Do you say that? If we had said that, he would not have played in the 2 test matches in Pakistan. And we would not have known of his abilities. You know, but he was given the chance, he grasped the opportunity, and this is perhaps what is forcing the captain, De Silva, to sit in the pitch and get some runs.
Yeah, definitely. He knows that he has to force his way back into the West Indies team, and it's very critical for him, not just to get a half century, but I'm pretty certain he would be looking to get a 3-figure score today, and probably a big one.
And Imlach got some runs for the season.
Exactly. So
I don't subscribe to telling people that they are too old. If they are too old, then you must put in the rules that our age bar is X.
I agree with you totally, Carlisle. And Australia at one point they were selecting people who were in their 30s. People who were just debuting for Australia. Mike Hussey, for example, had a long career. He came into the Australia team when he was already into his 30s and pushed into the onside for a single by Jason Mohammed. And once you're not a liability to the team, in fact, Mohammed, for example, is contributing in a very big way for Trinidad and Tobago. And this one is pushed into the offside. And De Silva gets a single. We get back to your son, Kyron. And Kyron probably was the leading scorer for the Leeward Islands. and yet he can't find a place in the team. So what are you telling me? He was not producing, but it's all part of the cricket politics.
Good bowling by Doran. Saw the batsman Mohammed advancing and just bowl it a little flatter, a little quicker. And he had to defend that one.
So we were searching for another wicket here. Mohammed, perhaps the first fall shot we have seen from him, was coming forward to play a big shot over the infield, missed it, was taken on the pad and the ball ran behind him.
He got some bat in it because the umpire didn't signal. So he got some bat in it. He was saved, but very good bowling again by Doran. Saw him come in and again pulled it down a little flatter, a little faster, and it probably took the inside edge and went down to short fine leg.
So 214 for 3. We are in over number 50. And they're going at 4.31 runs for over. Mohammed 59, the Silver 53. And the current partnership, in fact, they brought up the 100 partnership between these two. And came in 130 deliveries. And one more to this partnership, one more to the score.
Good over by Doran. Came back into the attack and was able to keep this down to, a couple of runs, 3 runs in the over. And so he has still been expensive. 1 for 62 from 14. And he picked up 114 for 3. They have taken it to 215 for the loss of 3. The Silver is on 54. Jason Mohammed is on 59. And the pitch is an easy pace one. Real easy.
Well, we'll know easy pace. It is when the Leeward Islands have their turn at the crease. Of course, in the Leeward Islands team also, there are some batsmen who would be looking to get some runs. Kyle Louis, for example, he is where he got his twin centuries last year. And of course, young Casey Gatti, he has had some starts for the season, 22 and 34, and he would be looking to go on in this match as this one is played down to square leg. So this could be an interesting match, Carlisle. Depending on how the Leeward Islands bat, it could be first innings of fear. And when I say first innings of fear, not really an outright result, that is. And Cornwall continues to toil on. Seems to favor bowling from that far end. Nicely played there by Mohammed, driven up to long on.
Good control shot.
And he picks up a single. So Mohammed looking set for another century. And I'm saying that because I'm trying to put some goat mouth on him, trying to get him out. But he's such a patient player that I don't think that he is going to give it away quite easily. He loves to bat. Good work there by Mikhail Louis. Moving smartly to his left and knocking it down, preventing a run. He's a short mid-wicket. Two leg side there from Cornwall. The batsman does not play a shot, so over 51 comes to an end. 217 it is for 3.
Joint highest score there, Jason Mohammed is on 60. We saw Django get out, caught by Alzari Joseph for 60 as well. As we see pictures of some of Bastia, areas close to this, the Warner Park.
Yes, on the southwestern side of Bastia. That's more or less going down towards the 4th Street area. Well, upper 4th Street. Well, just in front of us, Carlisle, as this one is pushed into the onside. And no run is scored. Mohammed using his feet again, gets to the pitch and just defends. So Django earlier on getting to the pitch and was not really right to the pitch and going through with the shot and getting out. But like you said, patience is key. Mohammed using his feet well, getting to the pitch and realizing that the shot was not on, just defended. And he's still there, he's on 60. Uses his feet once more. So Mohammed obviously prepared to use his feet and also keeping it along the ground. But he's back this time and punching out towards cover. Should get at least 2. And back for the second. And made it home. So 2 more to Mohammed.
Doran just pulling down this one a little bit and spoiling a good over. He had been really, really impressive before that. And this is what I'm talking about, consistency. You got to be patient as a bowler, much like the batsman has to be patient.
Well, just 2 runs in the over so far. Let's see how he would finish up. And he would have conceded 2, so let's see what he does this time. This time he's driven straight back. And he completes the over well. So just 2 runs from that over from Durham. And Mohammed getting a bit more aggressive and probably looking to push on a bit. He's been there for some time. He's set. He has faced some 92 deliveries and he's on 62.
Good batting. This is what you need to see from our batsmen. You need to see that they are able to build an inning and that they are patient. This pitch is not offering a lot in terms of turn or bounce. It's not sharp. Whatever turn there is very, very slow. Whatever bounce there is not great in terms of causing trouble and ball getting big on you. So you just have to be patient and accumulate.
And here is the Silver looking for a non-existent run. Cornwall senses that there is something around the pads of the Silver. He's bowling a leg stump line, rather straight. The Silver gets it into the onside. He has fouled short leg and a leg gully in place, and there's also a short backward square. There's a short mid-wicket. So his line of attack for the Silver more or less on centre and leg as the Silver pushes up to that short mid-wicket. Mikhail Louis there. So obviously that's the line of attack for the Silver from Cornwall. And he gets one which is more on centre stump and was backing towards leg and looking to force, but mistimed it completely. And the ball just bubbled out to mid-off to Joseph. In fact, they're just 3 on the off. Into the onside once more. This time again to Louis. Interesting field, Carlisle. Just a slip, point, and a mid-off. That's the offside field. Rest on the onside. And this one is driven past the diving figure of Mikhail Louis. Goes up to long on and the single. So that brings the over to an end. And Trinidad and Tobago, they are 220 for 3.
What is missing here, and I know you have seen a few more sunrises than I have. What is missing here is somebody in the mold of Ulysses Lawrence, who was able to just put the ball on a spot and dry up the runs from one end. And we haven't seen this to any great extent from Jeremiah Louis. Alzari has been able to do that with his great experience. And the spinners, for the most part, have been fairly expensive. You know, Walsh has not made an impact on the game to date. Doran has been good in spots. You know, Cornwall is doing what Cornwall does very well. But the difference in this pitch is that normally Cornwall would get a little bit more bounce and he would get a little bit sharper turn. That's not existing here, so they're going to have to be very patient.
Yes, Carlisle, and you mentioned Ulysses Lawrence, that very efficient all-rounder from Antigua. And I could mention a couple names in that mold too. Al Corriet, as this one is played into the offside. He would have fit that role also from Montserrat, and of course George Allen also. These are players who would have played for Combined Islands, Leeward Islands and Combined Islands. The two from Montserrat, of course, but you're so correct. This one is whipped down towards long leg, could get very close to the boundary. It's slowing up, and the flick back there by the keeper. Hamilton, who had to run all the way down to the long leg boundary, and the batsmen were back for 3.
With his helmet on his head and everything, and young Joel Andrew was holding out his hands to him to suggest, you still have a little bit of gum in you, Hamilton.
Always full of energy though, Shama Hamilton, but he's walking slowly back to his position behind the stumps. So perhaps that might have taken a bit out of him.
Still have 26 overs left after this one. So we still have a lot of time left in the game.
Yeah, certainly. Of course, it's not the time as yet, as Mohammed defends. But yes, Carlisle, you know, those bowlers were metronomical. They could put it there as if it was on a string. Mohammed using his feet, but can't score. So Leeward's really struggling at this point though, really looking for a breakthrough. And Mohammed coming down to Durham consistently and keeping him out.
Doran has been substantially better in this spell, Smitten. He has been more on target and has not bowled that short ball which has allowed the batsmen to play him away easily. Nor has he gone into the slot where they have been able to hit him away for boundaries. Yes, so he is much better in this spell.
Yes, certainly, and that last delivery too was a very good delivery. The arm ball, and it sort of forced Mohammed onto the back foot. Previously, Mohammed was charging him. And he changes his length slightly and, you know, gave him the arm ball, and he was forced to stand to the back foot. So one step ahead of the batsman that time was, there's still a lot of overs left. We've just had some 54 overs bowled so far. And should be another 36 overs, if my math serves me well, left in the day's play. Single to the silver.
Yeah, you can't trust my dodgy math.
I thought you were a better mathematician than I am.
With a calculator.
So yes, it's really another, we're into over number 55, 35 overs after this one.
Just a change of personnel. We see Doran has gone to slip, Walsh has gone to mid-wicket, and Louis has gone to leg slip. Now another change of personnel. Doran has been moved out to short backward square. Sometimes these things are just to play on the mind of the batsman. I've used to manage Ronald Powell, and he would do things like this frequently.
Oh yes, you've seen in international cricket bowlers switching the bails around. Simple things like that. Probably just to play on the mind of the batsman, pushed into the onside, up to long on, he walks a single, Mohammed. So, Durham in fact is still at slip, Carlisle.
He's at slip.
He's at first slip.
Yeah.
And the exchange there was between...
No, he exchanged previously with Walsh.
With Walsh.
Good bowling. Flatter, faster, straighter, and played into the offside for no runs. 225 for 3. Jason Mohammed is on 63. Joshua is on 60. Next highest score after that is Django, who made 60. So Da Silva has not scored in a bit, but he would be very patiently knowing that he is still at the wicket.
So Leeward's struggling a bit, looking for the 4th wicket. Trinidad and Tobago. Very good start indeed, 225. And what has been good about this innings so far, Carlisle, is the fact that they've been able to stitch some good partnerships together. This partnership, current partnership, is going at is over 100 runs so far, and Durham will continue. Played up to mid-on. At the end of this over, Gary Pemberton would replace me to 25 for 3 in over number 56. And we're into the second session, nicely steered away towards the backward point, or rather third man boundary, and they pick up 2. So batting looks rather easy out there.
Pull down short and wide, and that was always going to give the batsman the opportunity to score a few runs.
And of course, aided, as you suggested, Carlisle, by some poor bowling from the Leeward Islands at times. Now this one was not as short, and Mohammed was looking to cut. And because of the length, he was unable to get back onto that one.
Flatter and faster too.
Exactly, flatter and faster. And being deceived that time. Gets an easy single down to Joseph at mid-on. Weathers held well together throughout the day though, Carlisle. Hesitation in the end. Single easily taken as it was steered down towards the third one. It's been a long day so far for the Leeward Islands in the field. Just 3 wickets. And Mohammed is stepping out and lifting it over long on and lifting it a long way for 6.
Last delivery of the over. And this is where, again, I tell you that the bowlers have to be consistent. This one was just badly lined, poorly lined. It was into the pads, and it gave Jason Mohammed a free swing at it, really. And he played it nicely and picked up 6 runs to take his total on to 72.
It was really a free swing. The mid-on, of course, being called up, not back on the boundary. So an easy 6 there for Mohammed.
So Trinidad and Tobago are now 235 for the loss of 3. 56 overs completed. 90 overs in the day's play. And so we are still 34 overs away from that. The ball still hasn't come back to us yet. And so there is a slight delay in play. Gary Pemberton is coming alongside me. 34 overs left in the day's play. And so we're going to be taking lunch. We should be taking tea at 2:40. And so the reserve umpire is now making his way into the field with a box of balls. So we'll probably have a replacement ball.
Yes, as I say, good afternoon to listeners. So the ball has not been returned to the field of play. So things are looking quite ominous for the Leewards. A good partnership between the studio experienced Jason Mohammed and the captain Joshua Silva. They came together when the score was at 114. So they have put on a partnership of 121 very, very important runs. And the Red Force, they have been doing well all season. They won the previous 2 matches by huge margin, and they would want to continue to put up a good total in the first innings. A good batting strip here at Warner Park, and Jason Mohammed batting well, and I'm sure Captain De Silva will want to continue to give him the support and probably put up a good total in the first innings and put some pressure on the Leewards. Even though this is a good batting strip, a good first inning score, and you can get a couple of wickets early, you can put some pressure on the Leewards.
Yeah, but you see, and you don't want to see pitches as flat as this. I've seen some flat Warner Park pitches, but this is flatter than flat. The bounce is slow, the turn, if there is any, is slow, and so it is all lopsided in favor of the batting team. And having said that, the Trinidad and Tobago batsmen have batted well. We have seen a very patient, slow start by Jason Mohammed. He's 72 from 105. Joshua De Silva, who didn't get many in the last game, is on 61 from 89. And they have managed to string together a very important partnership. Remember, third wicket went down with the score on 114, and they are now 235 for the loss of 3 wickets. So that's a very good partnership. And they're still scoring in excess of 4 runs and over. So that will make the Trinidad and Tobago team feel good.
Yes, and so they still hold up in players. We have not seen the ball being returned into the field of play, and the replacement ball has also taken a long time to even find a replacement ball. We seem as though now the ball has been returned after a few minutes, but they seem to have been struggling, Carlisle, to even find a replacement ball.
Yeah, and they had a whole box of balls, replacement balls. This one is 56 overs old. So they would have been looking for something similar wear and tear.
So it would have been difficult to probably find something of similar wear and tear. But the ball has been returned, so play will resume momentarily. But we tell you a good partnership between these two. Certainly, the Red Force will want to put up a huge total in the first inning. We spoke about the pitch, Carlisle, and the pitch is too flat. Should there be a criteria or standard in terms of the way you prepare pitches throughout the region, so at least you can have a balance rather than pitches that have been prepared far too many times to suit the batters rather than having
I suppose that they have standards. But Gary, the last time that we were at Warner Park for cricket, it was for one-day cricket. There was a lot more grass on the pitch, and green grass at that. Now this is a 4-day game. There is none.
So why can't there be grass on the pitch for a 4-day game?
Should have do you prefer to have grass on the pitch for the longer version of the game? Because you want to hold the surface together. And plus you want to give some assistance to the bowlers. Cornwall is bringing De Silva forward, and he doesn't score. So he has put in some 16 overs before this Cornwall and picked up 2 for 56.
So Cornwall, obviously, from what we are seeing, will be doing the bulk of the bowling for the Leewards. I'm not seeing the Pacers. They have not been too penetrative and so the spinners, they'll be depending on the spinners, especially Cornwall will be bowling a lot of overs if he can pick up some wickets and try and keep things tight. But things are looking good for the Red Force after they won the toss this morning and decided to bat. And captain is batting well, that's the silver, and the experienced Mohammed is still there. So the Leewards would have their work cut out if they don't break this partnership anytime soon.
Can't get too straight, otherwise you're going to get put away into the offside. This one is running close to the boundary, and they will pick up 3 runs for Joshua De Silva. That will take him on to 72. That's Mohammed. Mohammed comes in to strike. He's on 72. Joshua De Silva has moved on to 64.
So the partnership continuing, 124 for 172 balls. Just Silver's on 64, he faced 93, and Mohammed 59 out of the partnership from some 79 balls. And so things continue to go the way of the Red Force. No pressure, nothing untoward happening. These 2 batters are batting well, but it seems as though the physiotherapist is coming onto the field of play for the Leewards. They feel that forward shot. I think the last shot the ball played into the fielder maybe struck the helmet, so the physiotherapist coming on, or the medical personnel ensuring that Joel Angie is okay. He seems to be alright. So there was a slight hold up in play. So play will continue, but things are looking good for the Red Force. 238. And Jason Mohammed is in sight of another century for the 2025 competition, just 28 runs away. And you'd have heard he has scored 2 centuries in the previous 2 matches that the Red Force would have played so far for 2025. So with that shot, we have seen another 2 runs. So a ball on the leg stump. It was swept away. And return came in, the bails were removed, and Hamilton is asking the umpire, making an inquiry, but the umpire is not too interested. The over is completed. So at the end of it, the Red Force going well, 240 for 3 from 57 overs.
And we're going to tea as well, Gary. Jason Mohammed is on 74. Joshua De Silva is on 64. They're scoring at 4.21 runs and over. As we go to tea, at 240 for the loss of 3 wickets. 57 overs have been completed so far today. And so we remind you that at lunchtime, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force were 107 for 2. Django was on 57 and Mohammed was on 9. Django, the batsman, to go between lunch and tea. He was out caught by Joseph of Cornwall for 60 at 114 for 3. And at lunch, 240 for the loss of 3 wickets. We'll be back with you in about 15 minutes' time. Welcome back to Warner Park. And we see the teams taking the field after the tea interval. And we remind you that this morning the Silver called right and decided that they would bat first, that is Trinidad and Tobago. At drinks, they were 52 for 1. And at lunch, they had progressive score to 107 for the loss of 2 wickets. Django was on 57, Mohammed was on 9. Django only added 3 more runs to take his total to 60 before he advanced down the pitch and hit out at one from Cornwall and was caught at mid-on for 60, 114 for 3. Now we see the fielders coming off the field, and I wonder what's happening again, because we were just about ready to start play after tea. Remember, we went off for lunch and the smoke is back. We went off 10 minutes early at lunchtime because somebody has lit a fire to the east of the ground here at Warner Park, and the smoke was blowing across the ground, and even us in commentary with a fairly 98% closed box were getting the smoke in our nostrils. And so umpire Carl Tuckett and umpire Jacqueline Williams have decided that they will take the players back off the field. And so here at Warner Park in St. Kitts, where the sun is out in all its brilliance, there's a lovely breeze blowing across the ground. We can't have any cricket, not because of rain, but because of smoke. To be standing by, and we'll be back with you as soon as the umpires indicate that we can have more play. Until then, at Warner Park, we're off again because of smoke, and it's 2:40 for the loss of 3, which means, Gary, we might be going into overtime to make up. Welcome back to Warner Park, where we have been away for a 50-minute delay approximately. The match referee has indicated that we will not lose any time, we will not lose any overs. Play has been rescheduled to go until 5:50, light permitting. And so we are starting at 3:50. We still have some 33 overs left in the day's play. And so we will go until 5:50 this evening. If light and conditions are good, we play for another 2 hours. And so that is good for the sake of the game. But what caused this delay? We understand that there was a major bushfire to the east of us. And so all of that smoke plus the burnt particles which came our way, the umpires took the players from the field. But we are back with you now, and we remind you that Trinidad and Tobago won the toss this morning and decided to bat, and they are now at 240 for the loss of 3 wickets after 57 overs. And so their run rate has been good at 4.21. Joshua De Silva is on 64, and Jason Mohammed is on 74. Good afternoon, Gary. Extended tea break?
Yes, good afternoon to you, Carlisle, and good afternoon to listeners. So we are happy to have the resumption of play after tea, it was delayed. We were supposed to start at 3 o'clock, but the interruption from the smoke caused additional 50 minutes delay. So we are on the way after tea, and we are seeing the good partnership between the captain, De Silva, and Mohammed, and they will want to continue and even bat until the end of play.
And they would have had a chance to talk about it in the dressing room. Short and wide and played into the offside, some hesitation, but not fielded properly there in the covers. And so a single to De Silva, which will take him up to 65. Trinidad and Tobago 241 for 3. Jason Mohammed has been mostly patient. Now Cornwall is having a change in the field. He's sending mid-on all the way back to long on, and he's taken out the forward short leg, and he's putting him in a straightish short mid-wicket.
You see Shelton Fobbs is on the field again. We'll see. Check and see who is off. So Doran is bowling his 18th over. 241 it is for 3. Just the 1 run coming from the over so far. So we tell you play was delayed because of the interruption from the smoke from the bushfire to the east of us. But all is well. So Jason Mohammed will want to continue as the first over has been completed after that extended break. 241 for 3, and a very good partnership between these two. Came together with a score of 114, which means they have added 127 very important runs. The Silver winning the toss and batting must be pretty happy with the way things have gone.
And especially since he has had some runs to his name as well. And it's Warner Park. You win the toss at Warner Park, you want to bat. I've been trying to look at the games around the region, and it seems to me, Gary, as if most of the games have had some stoppage or the other. When last I checked in Dominica, it was 51 for no loss. Combined colleges, they were batting, but that's a long time ago. Guyana, they seem to have been off as well. Jamaica was struggling in their game against Barbados. They were 7 wickets down for less than 150.
Wow. Interesting development there in Barbados. But here at Warner Park, it seems as though it will be as Alzari Joseph has been brought back into the attack from the far end. He has bowled 9 overs, none for 17. Has not been able to pick up a wicket as yet. He's been bowling a steady line, good pace, but sometimes a bit too short. Cornwall has gone to its experienced pista, hoping to break this partnership. So for Joseph, there's a slip, there's a gully, there's a point cover, and a mid-off. So Alzari Joseph is bowling from the Lozak Road end. This is the final session of this, the first day's play. Third round encounter. Leeward's against the Red Force. Red Force winning the toss and deciding to bat. And Joseph bowling from that far end. Mohan made 22, Cooper 14, and Django 60. An aggressive 60 on the left-handed Django for Red Force. Whoa. And the captain is in the middle of a very good innings. He's on 65. Very good partnership with the experienced Jason Mohammed. Came together when the score was on 114. That was when Django was dismissed for 60. Called Joseph bowled Cornwall. So Cornwall has picked up 2 out of the 3 wickets that have fallen, and Cooper was dismissed by Durham. That was the first wicket to fall for the Red Force team. That wicket fell on when they scored on 27. The second wicket went down when they scored on 71. And the third when they scored on 114. So Joseph is bowling his first over after the extended break. We want to break this partnership. These 2 batters, as they have looked good. No bother, no threat in terms of the pitch. They're looking quite easy. And Jason Mohammed is in sight of another century. He's on 74. You see one of the ferries coming across from Nevis. As Joseph will continue from that far end. Silva, captain of the Red Force team, is on 65. He has faced some 98 deliveries. Just a couple of spectators looking at this encounter. I'm sure that the Silva would want to get up to 100 as well. He's on 65. Good pitch. So play will go down until 5:50. Light permitting, because of the interruption from the smoke from the bushfire. We lost almost an hour. Well, 10 minutes before the luncheon interval, we went to lunch just around 10 to 12, and then after tea we had another interruption which lasted a little longer, 50 minutes. So it's Joseph from the Lozak Road end. And then the Silva is helping it around the corner. We get a single as Jeremiah Louis has to move across to his left. So with that single, total has gone to 242. There are 2 fielders on the onside. Is a long leg and backward square. And that's Karim Ago down at backward square. And Jeremiah Louis is down at long leg. Captain Cornwall, he's a slip, and he's a bit wide a slip. You have Walsh is in the gully. That's Hayden Walsh Jr. Alzari Joseph making some adjustment to the fielder down at backward square. He will come in from that far end. Mohammed, who has batted well, he's on 74. Just pushed it down into the offside to bring up the end of that over from Alzari Joseph. First after the break, 242 for 3. And the Mohammed is on 74. The Silva on 66. Very good partnership for the 4th wicket.
Excellent partnership. Just what the Red Force needed. And these 2 came together with the score on 114 for 3. 242 for the loss of the same 3 wickets. And Alzari Joseph just sent down his 10th over and has picked up none for 18. Jeremiah Louis, none for 45 from 9. Daniel Doran, expensive, 1 for 78 from 18 overs. Raheem Cornwall, 2 for 61 from 17. And Hayden Walsh, expensive, none for 36 from 5.
So Doran will continue. Full delivery, a gift And he just whipped into the onside. We go into the boundary just about now for 4. Bad delivery on the leg stump. And the captain, De Silva, said, thank you very much. Just whipped it down towards the final leg area for 4. And with that 4, the total has progressed to 246. And De Silva accepting the gift from Durham.
Too easy. We've seen too many of these loose deliveries being bowled by the Leeward Islands. And first ball of the over, come on, you had 6 balls in the field to think about it and to think about getting it right, and bowled a full toss on the legs, which went away for 4 runs. That's easy picking.
So Durham will want to get back on a tight line. And the captain, De Silva, is looking to get up to 100. They go so quickly for a single. Was backing away. That's De Silva, forced it into the offside. Goes down to mid-off. Couldn't stop the single. That was Jeremiah Louis. And total has gone to 247, sorry, for 3. So we're in over number 60. So we had have some 33 overs remaining just before the start of the session. So 90 overs are expected to be bowled during the day, and they will get 2 runs from a delivery outside the off stump. We just push down, play down towards the deep extra cover area. The Kermit goal came across to his right, fumbled a bit, but the batters had enough time to cross for 2 more runs. 249, so they're in sight of 250. Durham will be looking to break this partnership. And Mohammed has been there for 114 deliveries. He's on 76. He's not going to give his hands away. The experience of Jason Mohammed has been having a very good season so far. He will want to continue to make runs for the Red Force. Captain Joshua De Silva. So both batters are set. Mohammed on 76 and De Silva is on 71. And they have enough time to bring up their century this afternoon once they don't give their hands away. Good batting strip still as the over has come to an end. Some 3 runs coming in that over. 60 overs have been completed, 249. And things continue to look easy for the batters here at Warner Park.
A good finish to the over by Daniel Doran. You can't afford to be too short on this pitch. And every time they have erred in line and length, they have been punished by the Trinidad and Tobago batsmen. You're looking at a score of 249 for 3. 60 overs completed, another 30. If you go by the current run rate, you add another 125 runs, 370 by the end of the day. That would be a really good day's work by Trinidad and Tobago. But the Leewards would be thinking in terms of taking wickets. That's the major way in which they're going to be able to restrict this.
Yes, they would want to keep things tight and pick up some wickets, as Zari Joseph has been given the responsibility to break this partnership. But that will not happen with this delivery, as it was short on the onside. And another easy single to bring up the 250 for the Red Force, coming up in 60.1 overs. And the Red Force would have decided to bat this morning when they won the toss. And the pitch here at Warner Park has always been good batting strip. And this one is no different. And Jason Mohammed and Captain De Silva certainly making good use of it. Django previously made 60, batted well, was aggressive, positive. Zari Joseph will bowl to Mohammed. So Joseph would want to break this partnership. The experience of Alzari Joseph would want to try and get something out of the pitch. Not seeing much lateral movement. The slip fielders have not been brought into action. And Joseph goes back to his top of his mark at the far end, the Lozak Road end. Cornwall at slip. Maybe thinking about coming into the attack sometime soon. See if he can break the partnership, he would have gotten 2 of the 3 wickets that have fallen so far. And Mohammed looking to turn a delivery on the onside, but we hustle him a bit. And Alzari Joseph just have an inquiring look, or maybe had a quiet word with Mohammed as well. But Mohammed is an experienced campaigner, so he was struck on the thigh pad, maybe just below the end of the thigh pad, at the top of the pad. And he just flexing the leg. A little bit more pace generated by Alzari Joseph. He has been able to extract some pace out of this docile pitch here at Warner Park. So he will continue from that far end. And then Jason Mohammed settles 250 for 3 in over number 61. He's on 76. And Alzari Joseph has been able to keep things tight in this is a second over. They will now want to top it off by probably breaking this partnership. But we have not seen any evidence that these 2 batters would want to give their hands away. But cricket, as we all know, is a game of glorious uncertainties. Sometimes batters are batting well and all of a sudden play a rush shot and the partnership is broken. But these 2 came together 114 and have done very well. A partnership of 136. So this is the final session of the first day's play, as was interrupted by smoke as Joseph bowls to Mohammed, coming onto the front foot, or delivery coming towards him. And again, Alzari Joseph having a look at Mohammed, and probably having a quiet word again with Mohammed, but Mohammed just pushed it down into the onside, and then there is no chance of a run. So a very tight over, just the 1 run coming from the first delivery. So since then he has been able to keep things tight, and that's what the Leewards will want to do: keep the runs down and then maybe break this partnership. And you never know what will happen, what could happen. Get a wicket here, you might be able to get another 1 or 2 and end the day picking up 5 or 6 wickets. But Trinidad, on the other hand, would want these 2 to bat until the end of the day's play. So the over has come to an end. The delivery pushed down into the offside over number 61. 250 for 3. A good tight over there by Alzari Joseph.
Very. And he's looked sharpish. We have said that the pitch is not fast, but Alzari has on a couple of occasions hurried the batters and forced them to play and watch longer, look harder. Lot of cricket to be played here at Warner Park, Gary. Towards the end of this month, the West Indies Ladies Tournament will bowl off here on the 24th. And the Leeward's Ladies, I'm still waiting to see if I can get sight of the team, of the squad. They should be in Nevis in camp. See the 17 players who have been called up for their final workout. 14 will make the cut to come to the competition in St. Kitts. Their first game will be on the 24th. And I've taken a peep and noticed that that picture is in St. Paul's.
So lots of cricket to be played in St. Kitts, and St. Kitts, they have been able to host a number of matches in recent times. And so the women's cricket to be played here in St. Kitts, and I'm sure that the supporters of women's cricket would want to go out and support the ladies. The silver and Mohammed still batting well, 250. So the 250 coming up. And Durham has been a bit expensive in his 20th over, 1 for 85. Bowling to the captain, the silver. And played the bat on the strip. The bowler fields to his own bowling. So they have been able to keep things relatively tight in the last 2 or 3 overs. I've seen 3 dot deliveries being bowled by Durham from the media center end. Flat and faster, short, and he swung it away through the forward square area. The fielder, that's Casey Carty, moves across to his left, so a single to the total. With a single, total has gone to 251. So Carty's patrolling the boundary down at the back of the square area. With a short delivery, long up. I'm sure that the Silver was a bit disappointed. He didn't capitalize it. I hit it to 4. And Mohammed, a bit deceived by that delivery, flighted on the off stump, was coming tentatively onto the front foot. Came from the outer half of the bat, went down into the offside down to the fielder Kadim Henry. Hands of the keeper went in the air. Another good delivery, flighted, coming towards the right-handed Mohammed to the end of a very good over there from Durham, with the exception of that short delivery. Good tight over.
Yes, and this is more like it for the Leewards because they're going to have to dry up the flow of runs. At tea time, it was 240 for 3. We had that extended tea break of 50 minutes, but we came back out at 350, and so far they have been able to add just 11 runs. And so tighter stuff by the Leewards, but Trinidad and Tobago would not be perturbed at all. Joshua Mohammed is on 76, and Jason Mohammed, that is on 76, and Joshua De Silva is on 73. And so these two they have shown a great deal of patience, and that is exactly what is required. De Silva is on strike, he is on 73, and he will be facing up to Alzari Joseph from the Lozak Road end.
So Joseph will continue. They're in the middle of a very tight spell, and they would want to break the partnership. And they will get 2 runs from a delivery which was a bit wide outside the off stump. And Captain De Silva was able to just push it between extra cover and point. And there seemed to be some mix up between the two fielders, extra cover and point. And probably figuring out who should have gone after the delivery or after that shot. So they were able to get 2 runs. Casey Carty looking at Joel Andrew, maybe thinking that he should have gone for it. But he eventually achieved it. But by then, the batters were able to come back for 2 runs. So 2 more to the total, 253. It is for 3 wickets in over number 63. The Red Force would have won the toss and decided to bat. Mohan made 22, Cooper 14, and Django made 60. Cornwall has picked up 2 wickets, and on the other wicket going to Duran. So it's Joseph looking to get his first wicket. He's in his 12th over from that far end. That's a good flowing drive. We'll get a single, a tumbling save by Mikhail Lewis, moving away to his left at mid-off. So 1 more to the total, 254. And the Silver inching closer to the century. So both batters are on 76. Mohammed has faced 123 balls, and the Silver a bit quicker, 109. So the Silver scoring a little quicker than Jason Mohammed, who has been there. Jason Mohammed came in at number 4 as Alzari Joseph. And they'll get a single at least. They go through for the first one, quickly sliding save by Casey Carty. And they were thinking about the second, but the return came in. And Casey Carty and Alzari Joseph probably thinking that he should have probably got to the ball quicker and don't allow a run, but a run was had. 1 more to the total, so lots of hands movement between Casey Carty and Alzari Joseph. So Alzari is at the top of his mark at the far end. So the captain, De Silva, is batting well. He's on 76. He has played a good hand. And Jason Mohammed is on 77. So Leeward would want to break this partnership. I think that Alzari Joseph is just losing it in this over. A bit too wayward. A couple of deliveries going down the onside and a couple of deliveries too wide on the off stump. As a result, we have seen some 5 runs coming off the over so far. Need to get back on a tight line without giving the batters too much room. As an experienced West Indies fast bowler, you want to keep things tight. If you're not going to get the wickets, you want to keep the runs down, prevent the batters from scoring freely. Oh, very well, a short delivery. I thought that the batsman was caught in two minds. He probably was thinking about ducking, then maybe playing, and then the ball rushed onto him, and then he got it down into the offside. So a short delivery in anger from Alzarri Joseph.
And the batsman got himself into a bit of a tangle. Not sure if he was trying to defend or he was trying to attack, but in the end he defended it nicely. On target this time, Alzarri Joseph, and that is what you want to see him do. Has to bowl that short ball about a yard fuller and get it on target.
So they were looking to break this very good partnership for the fourth wicket. Another short delivery in the air, and he gets it over the gully area down towards the boundary for deliberate shot. It was short, and he deliberately played it in the air over gully down towards the boundary for four. Not a very good end to the over from Alzarri Joseph. He seemed to be disappointed with something. Over is completed. 260 it is.
Telegraphed it, Gary. You got to be smarter than that. Short ball, the one before, on target. This one just a little bit wider, and it allowed the batsman to get underneath it and to cut it on the up. There is no fielder down at third man, so that was always going to be 4 easy-looking runs. And so that takes Jason Mohammed to 81. It's 260 for 3.
So Alzarri will come down towards the long on area. Doran will continue from the media center end, 1 for 86. The partnership continued to grow. Another delivery on the leg stump. They will get at least 2 runs, 2 easy runs. As Casey Carty had some running to do from down at backward square down towards the long leg area. 2 more runs to the total to a badly line delivery from Doran. And they seem to have eased the pressure that might have been building on the 2 batters in the last couple of overs. But the last over from Alzarri Joseph was not a very good one, and now first delivery of this over, 2 runs being scored. So it's kind of easing the pressure on the batters if there was any pressure building. But the fact that they were not scoring freely in about 2 or 3 overs would have meant that could have been putting some pressure on the batters, but things seems to have eased up, and the total has gone to 263. Jason Mohammed is on 81, Silver is on 80. So these two, I'm sure, have the eyes set. And if Jason Mohammed can get up to a century, it means that he will be scoring 3 consecutive centuries in the competition. And it goes through for a single return, comes in, backed up in the onside by Mikhail Louis. Was pushed into the offside, went too quickly for the run. Jeremiah Louis came in, had a shot at the stump, missed it, and Mikhail Louis at mid-wicket did the backing up 1 more to the total. And so the partnership, 150 partnership coming up. So very good 4th wicket partnership between these two, and they would want to continue. And Mohammed, he's on 82, captain on the silver. He's on 80, has batted well. Doram, a bit expensive. And Mohammed, non-striker. So the over is completed. So, and at the end of it, 264 for 3, and things certainly going well for the Red Force team.
Yeah, they won the toss and decided to bat, and they have made very, very good use of that. They have seen 2 batsmen here get into the 80s, and before that, Gary, truth be told, Django seemed very well set before he gave his hand away. And so he would be there in the pavilion sitting down and thinking, I think I gave up my wicket earlier today. But Jason Mohammed is on 82. He has gone about his inning in a very business-like manner. Joshua De Silva, the captain, is there on 80 and been very purposeful as well. And so they have turned 114 for 3 wickets into 264 for 3, and Trinidad and Tobago would be much more comfortable with that position. After Gary, you'll hear the words of Earl Smithen as the Leewards have again tossed the ball to the umpire, and the umpires are having a look. Seems to me as if they have signaled to the pavilion for the third umpire to come across with his box of balls. We have now completed 64 overs with this ball, and so we're looking at another 16 overs until the the first new ball, second after the opening new ball, and then we're looking at 90 overs in the day's play. But change of ball coming up possible, Gary?
Yes, it seemed that way. So the umpire has gone onto the field with the placement balls to see if they can find one in a similar condition. They seem to have made that switch. So a total 264 for 3 wickets after 64 overs. As I welcome back Earl Smithen, and we're in the final session of the first day's play. And Red Force having the better of the day's play so far, Earl.
Oh yes, certainly. With just 3 wickets down, and the score on 264 for 3 of some 64 overs, and Leeward Islands searching for wickets here, at least a wicket or two before the close of play. And they're very much up against it, and this has been a tremendous performance here by the Trinidad and Tobago batsmen.
Very good partnership, 150. Captain De Silva is there, he's a part of it, and playing a captain's role, captain's knock. And the experienced Mohammed is also there. Joseph will want to break this partnership.
Question is, who can the Leeward Islands look to break this partnership? And certainly it has been a good showing here by the Trinidad and Tobago team today, batting very well, and they have been batting well all season. In the 2 matches prior to this one, they certainly have been batting well.
So if they can get up to a good total, they would have made in excess of 500 in one of the games. I'm sure they're looking to get a good total here, and from this position at 264 for 3, they'll be looking to get up in excess of 400 runs and maybe put some pressure on the Leewards, even though it's a good batting strip. But Leewards will want to prevent that from happening. Alzari Joseph has been given the responsibility of trying to break this partnership. He has not been successful in the last 3 overs. And Cornwall at the slip. It's just a slip. The third man, a point, is a cover and the mid-off. So it's 264. And Jason Mohammed has been there for some time. He's on 82 from 131. The Silver is on 80 from 114. So Leewards would have gotten the 3rd wicket when the score was on 114, and they would have been hoping that they could have pick up a couple of wickets after that. That has not happened. It's a very good partnership between Captain De Silva and the experienced Mohammed. Another short delivery from Joseph, but on top of it, that was Mohammed, and playing it down towards the point area, Casey Carty. So the 3rd man has been put in place, so the gully has been removed, because in the previous over we saw a short delivery was just helped over the head of gully and down towards the boundary for 4. This time there's a 3rd man in, but the shot was played down towards Carty at point. You still have the slip in play. Cornwall just making a slight adjustment, asking Andrew to come in a few paces, and asking Casey Carty to go to his right. So it seems as though he'll be going into the forward short leg position. That's the Joel Andrew. He'll be going under the helmet. He'll go on the onside, so Alzari Joseph We'll be looking to hold a couple of short deliveries. So he's deep. He's like a short. Well, he's coming in a bit further, a bit closer.
Well, Gary, Alzari has tried a number of short deliveries today, and none has really worked for him. Still wicketless. I think at times he might have been guilty of being a bit too short.
So he will go around the wicket, this time to the right-handed Jason Mohammed. Two fielders out. There's a long leg, there's a backward square, and there's a fielder at under the helmet at short backward square. So Mohammed will continue to bat with a single. He moves on to 83, 265 it is for 3.
Good to see that he's willing to try something different, though. Placing Andrew at forward short leg and going around the wickets. And not really digging it in, bowling one on the hips of Mohammed, who just turned it around the corner for a single. But having the batsman thinking, perhaps thinking that short delivery might be coming. But in fact, it was just on a good length.
So, very good partnership. And another short delivery. And there was, the Silver had to wait on it. And just played it down into the onside to bring up the end of over number 65. 265 for 3. A very, very good partnership for the forward wicket between these two.
And of course, the Leeward Islands must be wondering where they can get a wicket from. This has been a rather big partnership, 151 runs. And Trinidad and Tobago, they have had some very good scores so far this season. Their first match, they scored 504 for 6, declared, with Jason Mohammed getting 176, Zaid Goody getting 121, and Cephas Cooper 80 with Vikash Mohan 66. So they certainly have been posting some very huge total. In fact, against Trinidad, they responded to, against the Windward Islands, they responded to the Windward Islands total with 56 all out.
So a bad bit of feeling in the offside, extra cover allowed the batters to go through for a single. So there was a ball which was played down to extra cover. It went through the grass of the field at extra cover. Just like Hayden Walsh Jr. You don't expect that kind of bad feeling by a fielder of the caliber of Walsh. This time he has done better. Ball was forced into the offside. This time he collected it cleanly. 266 for 3. And Durham is continuing from the media center end. A short delivery, and it's pulled away for 4. The delivery was short, and there was the captain, the Silver, going onto the back foot and swung it through mid-wicket down towards the boundary for 4. Might have kept a little lower than he anticipated, but got back on it and got it down towards the boundary for 4. But a short delivery, bad delivery, punished by the captain.
Too short, and the batsman had enough time to put that where he wanted it to. He played it into the open space and picked up an easy 4. But Durham's still guilty of going a bit too short at times.
So Cornwall has his work cut out because Durham has not pitched, has not really kept things tight. And then when Walsh bowled, he didn't bowl well. So maybe he's a bit reluctant to probably give Walsh another over or 2. So he has to stick with the bowling of Durham and hope that he can find a better line and can keep things tight. But every now and then he delivers up a bad delivery, which is punished. 270. Both batters there on 84. He's guiding it. That's the Silver down towards the vacant third man area. The fielder is giving chase. That's Henry will not pull it back. And he has gone into the boundary for 4. So you have seen 2 boundaries being struck in this over so far. Outside the off stump, and he guided it to the left of Henry at the short third man area and down towards the boundary for 4 runs. And so with that, boundary total has gone on to 274. Over has been completed over number 66. Not a very tight over from Durham.
No, Durham has not had a good day with the ball. He has not really supported his captain well. Cornwall, who would have picked up some 2 wickets, a bit on the expensive side, going at over 4 runs per over, but he certainly would have bowled well. And now we see that he's bringing back Hayden Walsh from the far end. He said a while ago he was a bit reluctant to bring him back. I felt so also, but now he has opted to give him a try from the far end.
So his 5 overs cost 36 runs, starts with a full delivery, and he has been punished. Has gone down through the mid-wicket area, forced a first delivery full, and Jason Mohammed said thank you very much and swung it through mid-wicket down towards the boundary for 4.
Poor delivery, very poor delivery indeed. Full pitch delivery, and gave the treatment. And for a batsman who is in form, you cannot serve up those deliveries. You would be punished.
So the Leeward's bowling has not been too penetrative today. So the bowling of Walsh has not been good. 40 runs from his 6 overs is 5.2. So Mohammed continues to bat well with that single. Now he moves on to 89. So that's 11 runs away from another century for the 2025 season. And the Silver is on 88, comes into strike. Hamilton trying to encourage the bowler as the sun comes back out here to Warner Park. And there was a Silver backing away, looking to play it into the offside, flatter, faster, taken behind by the keeper, good quicker delivery. And as you see, the Silver going onto the back foot, looking to play it into the offside, missed it. A bit too close to him for that shot. He's backing away again. Get it back down the strip. So 1 delivery remaining in the over number 67. Walsh is bowling to the Silver. He's guiding it into the offside. Tumbling effort by the fielder at backward point, cannot stop the single, and they are coming back for the second one. So delivery outside the off stump, guided down towards the backward point area. There was a diving effort by the fielder at backward point, and they were able to get 2 runs. So that's Jeremiah Lowe, he couldn't stop it. So 2 runs to go up the end of over number 67, 281 it is for 3.
Yeah, and Gary, it's not just about penetration. What the Leeward Islands bowlers have not done, they have not bowled the tight lines and length. They have not really put the pressure on the Trinidad and Tobago batsmen. They have given them too many loose deliveries to hit, and it has not been a case of where they bowled tight lines and lengths and applied pressure and drawing errors from the batsman. Because let's face it, this is a very good batting track, the Warner Park track. Has been said all day, not a blade of grass. Very flat indeed. And you cannot afford to err in line or length on this track. The batsmen, they have not had to take too many risks all day. They have been served up some poor deliveries on a regular basis by the Leeward Island bowlers, but we see Gore coming into the attack now.
So Gore has replaced Doran from the center end. So the call on is expecting or hoping that Gore can break the partnership that none of the other bowlers have been able to do thus far. A very good partnership between these two experienced players for the Red Force team. So Karim Gore is giving his first over from the media center end. The Red Force would have won the toss early this morning and decided to bat. They lost the first wicket on 27 down the strip and looking to drive, didn't time it, goes back down the strip for Gore to field. So Mohammed looking to give the charge to Gore, the left arm orthodox around the wicket. And goes down to extra cover, 281, 89, to Mohammed. Silver is on 90, so maybe they are trying to see who will get to the century first. 10 runs away, the Silver. Mohammed is 11 runs away. Down the strip and driving in the air, out of the reach of the fielder at mid-off. He tried to get to the pitch of it previously, but this time he got it over the head of Jeremiah Louis and down towards the long off boundary for 4. Just out of the reach of Louis, down towards the boundary for 4. So with that shot, Jason Mohammed has gone on to 93.
And with that shot, he looked up at the scoreboard just to have a check on his score. And no doubt thinking of another 100 this afternoon. But Go coming into the attack for the first time started fairly well, but then was struck for a boundary.
Down the strip again and driving powerfully, but straight back to the bowler who stopped it. And so the over has come to an end. 285 for 3 after 68 overs, and Jason Mohammed continued to bat well. He's on 93, and the Silver is on 90.
He's batting well, Jason Mohammed, but it seems as though it's not going to be a case of the nervous 90s. We saw him using his feet again to go and looking to drive. And he is not going to muck around in the 90s. But certainly Leeward Island struggling. They do have Henry also, who is capable of bowling. And if my memory serves me well, he's ambidextrous. In fact, he bowls with both hands. And that's something you see too often in cricket. But he did bowl a couple overs in one of the previous matches. But it's a case now of Cornwall trying to break this partnership and bringing Go into the attack.
So it's going to be Walsh. We'll continue from that far end. So we tell you play will go down until 5:50. So we would have had some interruptions because of smoke. 2 interruptions, which lasted in total about an hour. But we have not lost any time in terms of overs, so they'll try and make up the time. So play will go down to 5:50, providing that the light is good. 286 for 3. Walsh is in his 7th over from that far end at none for 45. Looking to break this partnership that has been going now for 172 runs. Very good partnership by these two. They came together when the score was on 114 when Django was dismissed for 60. So Walsh has not been able to pitch on a good line, a good length. We have seen 2 runs being scored so far in this over, 2 deliveries remaining. And the Red Force team, they have struck some 25 fours and 7 sixes. So Walsh looking to break this partnership. See that the batsman, the Silver, looking to give himself room. Was cramped. Got the bat down the strip on the onside. So 1 delivery remaining in the 7th over being bowled by Hayden Walsh. He's 7th. Over number 69. We get an easy single to bring up the end of that over. 287, 288 for 3 after some 69 overs.
Yes, Trinidad and Tobago well placed, and they have been churning out the runs for the season so far. They have been given some very good start by their top order. And here again we see another big partnership building. Against the Windward Islands, they would have gotten some 456 runs, with Cooper getting 117, Mohammed 103, and Karaya 94, Django, Karaya 95, Django 84. So some batting left still for Trinidad and Tobago.
So Go is continuing from the media center end. And Jason Mohammed thinking about the single. But the fielder Kadim Henry was quickly around to his left. He was sent back by his captain, the Silver. So we're in the dying stages of the first day's play. Third on encounter here at Warner Park. Another easy single to the total. As Durham down at deep cover. Had to run across to his left, one more to the total, 289. Over number 70. So we still have some 20 overs remaining after this to complete the 90 overs in the day's play, providing that the lights holds, and 10 overs before the new ball becomes available as core goes around the wicket. And Mohammed is coming down the strip, then checking his shot and then playing it down to the slip. Came off maybe the boot of Cornwall and fielding completed by Kadeem Henry at backward point. And Mohammed is whipping it down towards Casey Carty, who fumbles but recovers quickly. So with that single, Mohammed has gone on to 95, so just 5 runs away from this century, and that will be third consecutive century for the 2025 season. And De Silva looking to bring up his first century for the season. Plays a delivery into the offside down to cover. So with a single, he has gone on to 94. And Jason Mohammed is on 95, has come into strike. 291 for 3. Very good partnership. And very good going for the Red Force team after winning the toss this morning and decided to bat. Just a couple of spectators, a few spectators looking. And Mohammed is playing it into the offside. Over completed, over number 70, 291 for 3.
Yes, a very big partnership here by these 277 runs partnership between Mohammed and the captain De Silva. And both of these batsmen very close to that landmark, very close to 100. The question is who would get there first. You could practically say one hit away for both of these batsmen, with Mohammed on 95 and De Silva on 94. So practically one hit away. The question is who will get there first. But this has been a good solid partnership between these two. And really putting Trinidad in command.
So Walsh will trying to continue to try to see if he can break this partnership. The Silva goes quickly for the first run, thinking about the second. Durham came in, he was sent back by Mohammed. So with that single, the Silva has gone on to 95. So both batsmen, they are on 95. And Jason Mohammed, he's on strike. And facing up to Hayden Walsh Jr. from that far end. Very good partnership. And another easy single to Mohammed, so he moves on to 96. A delivery outside the off stump, got it down towards the boundary. The fielder, that's Casey Carty, down at cover on the boundary for a single. 293. And these two came together 114. Another easy single to the total. So they're doing it in singles as they get closer to the century. So both batters going neck and neck, the 95, 96. Jason Mohammed has faced 150 deliveries, and De Silva has faced 131. So there is driving into the offside, down towards the boundary for 4 to bring up his third consecutive century for the 2025 season. Jason Mohammed has made another century here at Warner Park, and his third for the season. Congratulations to the experienced player. He put it into the offside, down towards the boundary for 4, and the celebration for the third consecutive century in the 2025 competition. Spin.
Well, he celebrated that as if he had made his first 100, and certainly showing a great appetite for batting. Batting 3 times in this season so far, and each time going past 100. 176, 103. And now he's on an even 100 and still going.
So Walsh will continue from that far end. And the batsman Mohammed will continue to bat. He's on 100 from 152 deliveries. So an excellent knock. Came together, came to the middle when the second wicket fell when he scored on 71. And he has now had a very good partnership with his captain. Partnership of 184 runs to bring up the end of over number 71, and the celebration towards the players and his teammates in the pavilion, indicating, yes, I've made another century, 3 consecutive centuries in this year's competition. Very good knock by the experienced player.
Yes, and it shows that, you know, he has an appetite for the game still, despite the fact that he's 38 and churning out some big scores. His third 100 in a row, batting 3 times and each time scoring 100. And like I said, he really celebrated that one. And looked towards his teammate. Probably might have had a bit of a bet with one of his teammates. But attention focused now on De Silva.
So the leverage kept a little bit low as De Silva was coming onto the front foot. The hands of the captain going in the air at the slip. So Cornwall has been in the slip all day as the Gore is bowling to De Silva. Pushed it down to mid-off. So De Silva is on 96. Jason Mohammed is on 100. 100 from 153 deliveries. And De Silva will get an easy single. Goes down to deep cover. Yeah, Durham is in the way he feels. So with that single, he has gone on to 97. Weighing over number 72. Karamago is in his third over, none for 8. So the Leewards have been made to work today to get this 4th wicket. They got 3 wickets within when the 3rd wicket went down when the score was 114, and they have toiled ever since then to pick up the 4th wicket. That has not come their way as yet, as Gore goes around the wicket outside the off stump and he's playing it down towards back with a point. So another excellent knock by the experienced Mohammed, and Silva be looking as well to bring up his century here this afternoon. Still have lots of time remaining, just about maybe another hour and 3 minutes remaining in the day's play, as over number 72 has come to an end. 299 for 3 Red Force.
Well, Red Force 299 for 3, no doubt would be looking to pile on the pressure on the Leeward Islands. I'm pretty certain that they would be thinking in terms of another 500 runs plus, and probably bat once as they have done in their previous 2 matches, and certainly in a very commanding position at the moment. And the Leeward Islands are at this point searching for answers with this massive partnership, 15 runs short of the 200-run partnership. And Cornwall comes back into the attack, searching for answers, searching for a wicket. And as I said, the focus now is on De Silva, who's at 97.
So Cornwall has brought himself back into the attack. He has replaced Walsh from that far end. They're looking to break the partnership, looking to prevent De Silva from making a century. He's on 97, so captain to captain. Captain of the Leewards bowling to the captain of the Red Force team. And he's going to a sweep shot, gets it down towards the back of the square area for 4 to bring up his century. A very good knock by the captain of the Red Force team. A delivery on the leg stump. He swept it around the corner, down towards back of the square, into the boundary for 4, as did Jason Mohammed, bringing up his century with a boundary. And with that 4, another century for the Red Force team. The captain has now brought up his century, 101. He is not out. Very good knock by the captain.
Very good knock indeed. Rather subdued celebration though from De Silva, perhaps thinking that the job is just half done, and he perhaps looking for a big 100, as they refer to them, the Big Daddy 100 here today and perhaps tomorrow.
So with that boundary, 300 also coming up for the Red Force team. 303 for 3 in over number 72, over number 73. So both batters on the leg stump will get at least 2 runs here, as Walsh has some running to do down towards fine leg, a bad line delivery. 2 more runs to the captain of the Red Force team. So with those 2 runs, he will go on to 103. And the total has gone on to 305. So 305 for 3 wickets in over number 73. So a very good scoring rate by the Red Force team. Partnership of 191 from 268 deliveries. And this partnership is still going as the Silver bringing up his century. So the over is completed 305 for 3 wickets Red Force.
Well, an indication as to how poorly the Leeward Islands might have bowled today is the current run rate. Throughout the day, it has been over 4 runs for over, which would suggest that the Leeward Islands, the bowling attack has not been as tight as it should have been. And Agua will continue. So, Go. It's a quicker delivery from Go. But single picked up there by Mohammed. Have a bit of an overcast, a slight overcast. Of course, play scheduled to finish at 5:50 as this one is steered down to third man for 4. As I welcome back Kyle Powell. Carlisle, the Leeward searching for answers, but they're not finding any.
And the bowling is easy. 2 batsmen at the crease are set with 100 each, and the Leewards have been looking for answers.
Partnership now 196 between these two. And last wicket having fall with the score 114. And Carlisle, I would suspect that Trinidad and Tobago would be thinking again in terms of batting once. They have done this twice in the season so far.
Miss Thumping?
It seems so. Seemed to have been out of his crease, but we look to flick it back at the stumps.
Probably came off the pads of the batsman as well.
Yeah, probably.
So very difficult.
Probably have another look at that one. But Go. Silver forward and back. And it was interesting, though, Carlisle, the way these 2 batsmen celebrated. Silver rather subdued, which suggested to me that he thought that the job was only half done and that he had a lot more batting to do. Jason Mohammed celebrated as if he had just scored his first 100. Gets another single. But Leeward certainly has quite a bit of work to do, quite some catching up to do. 311 for 3, 74 was completed. The Silver 108 from 145 deliveries. And Mohammed 101 from 157 deliveries. Then we had Django scoring 60 from 69. So those were the main contributors for Trinidad and Tobago. It's been a long day, Carlisle, and the longer you live, the more you learn. I mean, as you would have said off here, Carlisle, you have been visiting Warner Park for over 40 years, and you have never had a stoppage due to smoke. Probably I've been around just a touch longer than you have, and I've never seen this before either. But certainly with strong winds, smoke coming from probably in the airport area, just the Kim Collins area, just below the airport. And disturbing the cricket, the players had to leave the field. Just 11 minutes prior to the luncheon interval, and then we lost another 50 minutes just after tea, pushed into the onside by the Silver. No time lost in this match as yet. We go right up to 5:50. Silva is pushing forward. Airborne a bit. Goes down to short fine leg. And just a single. Shelton Fobbs, the fieldman, that time on for missing Zari Joseph. In fact, Joseph is at mid-off, though that looks like Durham. So perhaps Zari Joseph is off the field. Getting a bit overcast as this one is pushed into the onside. And I see some dark clouds gathering, Carlisle.
Not menacing. They don't look too threatening to me from here. They're in the right direction in that they're towards the east, but I don't think that they will pose any problems for us here.
Well, let's hope not. We have already had a delay. I would not go as fast as say we have lost any time, because the time was added on. But we are hoping that we'll have most of the overs completed. And Go will continue. But Carlisle Go has been a lot steadier than some of the regular bowlers, although he has been flicked into the onside for runs this time.
I think the concerns for the Leewards will be with Jeremiah Louis, who normally has been able to get wickets with the new ball. And this time around, none for 45 from 9 overs. And then major headache would have been Hayden Walsh. Didn't look effective at all in any of his 2 spells, and has gone for 53 from his 8 overs.
So it's Go. And this one is flicked down to long leg for another single. So rightly said, some concerns for the Leeward Islands. Durham too, he has not been as steady as they would have liked. He picked up the 1 wicket
in his first over. But has gone for 99 at 4.5.
That's poor bowling indeed. So 200 partnership coming up with that run. In fact, it's now 201 partnership between these two. And that is some good sun in there by these 2 batsmen for the Leewards. Of course, when the Leewards go to bat, they would be confronted with the scoreboard pressure. And they would be looking for a wicket or 2 here to pull things back a bit. Of course, as this one is driven down to long on for a single, of course, if the Leewards can break this partnership, who knows, perhaps they might be able to peg the Trinidad and Tobago team back a bit and probably restrict the scoring. But at the moment, they're staring at perhaps some 500 plus runs, and Trinidad and Tobago has already had a 500 plus score for the season. So Leeward Islands would be hoping to break this partnership as quickly as possible. Watercat is on the field, and probably we could take a water break also.
where we're back at Warner Park. The drinks break has turned into covers being called onto the field because in the direction from which the rain comes, that's back towards the island of Nevis, that has gotten pretty dark in a hurry. And so the umpires called on the covers. And even as I say called on the covers, the groundsmen are now pausing in the efforts because it seems to be blowing away, Earl.
Yes, it's cleared a bit in that area. And but of course, the groundsmen, they were hustling towards the covers to even before the umpires had called them on. But, you know, it certainly has cleared up a bit.
And they're so confident that it will not come that one of the groundsmen has actually put back the stumps at the far end.
Oh, yes. Yes, they would be quite familiar with the weather conditions around here. But as we look out towards Nevis, Carlisle,
still dark.
It is still dark. There's still a low-lying cloud hovering just around the Nevis area. In fact, it seems to be a lot closer to us than Nevis, because as I look towards Nevis Peak, I see things clearing up a bit there, slightly. But we'll take a break, and we'll be back with you shortly when play recommences. Well, the players are heading back out. In fact, the Leeward Island players are back there. The Trinidad and Tobago batsmen, they are going out. Bit of a cloud cover, overcast at the moment, but certainly the threat of rain seemed to have dissipated a bit. Still a dark cloud in the Boardwalk area, and we are hoping that we will not get any rain, but who knows, Carlisle, we might be in for a premature end, and 5:50 is a bit hopeful at this moment.
Very. It's early in the year, which means that the darkness sets in a bit earlier than, say, in May, June, July, and August. And so saying that we'd go until 5:50 is optimistic. We might get in the overs, but we're still some 14 away from a full day's play.
Well, 14 away from a full day's play, and 4 away from the second new ball. Cornwall continues from the far end, and defended by Mohammed. So it has been an interesting day this play so far, and the Trinidad and Tobago getting the better of it so far, 316 for 3. But if the Leeward Islands could pick up a wicket or two here, I'm pretty certain that would make them feel much better, and they'll have a better night's rest. This one is turned into the onside for a single.
The trouble with the second new ball, which is just 3.5 overs away, the problem for the Leewards is who would take it. Alzari Joseph is not on the field.
Well, we have seen spinners taking the new ball in international matches. In fact, in test matches, teams are preparing pitches for spinners and just playing one regular fast bowler. See that happening in Pakistan. We see it happening in Sri Lanka. And a spin bowler takes the new ball. Question, though, as you rightly said, Dr. Carlisle, is which one of the bowlers might take it with Joseph not on the field. Of course, there's Jeremiah Louis. He certainly would take it. As this one is played into the onside, no run scored, but who knows, with the existing condition, Jeremiah Louis might be able to get a bit of movement through the ear. But then again, that could pose another problem in that the light might not be good enough to allow a fast bowler to operate. And as I speak, it seems as though standby umpire went out with something. I don't know if it was the new cherry. Doesn't seem so.
I think he went out and took the sunglasses from umpire Carl Tuckett and gave him his regular prescription glasses. We don't have any sun to suggest that he would need his sunglasses.
Yeah, most definitely not. Pushed into the offside, no run scored. But it would be interesting when we get to that landmark, 80 overs. It would be interesting to see what happens. And this one is played down to backward square for a single. So definitely the new ball, the second new ball, could be factored in this evening. Partnership of 205 runs with Mohammed on 103, Silva on 114, 319 for 3. And still with the overcast condition here. Go has been fairly steady. He has given away a couple boundaries though. He's in fact in his 6th over and going for 19 runs. And yet to take a wicket. So perhaps doing a fairly good holding job here for his team. Score once more. Goes past the diving figure of Mikhail Louis, who is there short mid-wicket and picks up a single. So 6 extras so far in this innings. We have had 78 overs completed, 321 for 3. Mohammed is on 104, and the Silva In fact, the Silver is 115 and Mohammed is 104. And Cornwall will continue. He has picked up 2 for 70 so far. Swept out towards mid-wicket. Runs here for the Silver. In fact, 4 of them. And the signal now by the umpire, Carl Tuckett. So 4 more to the score.
Yeah.
Good batting track, Carlisle, but the problem is when one team piles on the pressure, no matter how good the batting track is, the team batting second does not apply themselves properly. But the Leeward Islands would be hoping to do well on this track. Kai Louis in need of some runs back from the tour of Pakistan. Just the second match since he has been back. Failed to get to double figures last week. And of course he'll be looking to get some runs here. Hamilton has been in very good form. And the young Joel Andrew, he has had 2 half-centuries for the season so far. So
the Red Force bowlers have been in very good form as well.
Well, that too. Carrie Pierre has picked up some 21 wickets. In fact, against, I think it was the Winwards, against one team, he and Seals actually bowled out that team in the second innings. I'll get confirmation on that in a while. He picked up 8 wickets, and Seals, he would have picked up the other 2. And he would have had another 7-wicket haul in the tournament so far, Pierre. So he has been doing well and has picked up 21 wickets in the 2 matches he has played. End of the over, 326 for 3. The Silver on 120, Mohammed on 104, and Django scoring 60.
Around the tea break, I predicted that the score could be in excess of 360 by the end of the day's play. And we look very much on course for that, Earl. We're already showing 326 for the loss of 2 wickets. 1 over to the 80 when the Leewards will be able to ask for the second new ball. And we're still 11 overs left in the day's play. It's towards the end of the day. And normally we would have finished play at around 5 o'clock. We're scheduled to go until 5:50, but it's getting progressively darker. Karim Ago continues to bowl.
Yes, Carlisle, and Pierre would have picked up some 12 wickets for 44 runs in the match against the Windward Islands.
That's brilliant stuff.
Most definitely. And against the CCC, he would have picked up 9 for 90. And in one innings, 7 for 40. Against the Windwards in one innings, 8 for 27. So, as you rightly said, in very good form, the bowling for TNT.
Time to put on the lights, sir. It's getting darker by the ball.
Yes, certainly.
And we notice that the groundsmen are again hovering down towards the covers. As a matter of fact, the umpires have signaled for the covers to be brought on. And so as we look towards the east, it seems to be raining and coming towards our direction. 326 for 3 for Trinidad and Tobago is a satisfactory day's work.
Oh, yes, very satisfactory, very good score. And Carlisle, as I would have been saying all afternoon, I suspect that Trinidad and Tobago would be looking to bat once. And probably put the pressure on the Leeward Islands, probably try to bowl him out as cheaply as possible. And then go for the kill in the second innings. What that's left to be seen. The track is still a very good one. And if the Leeward Islands bat well, then they could make a match out of this.
We haven't seen any devils in the pitch to this stage, Earl. So if I were the Leeward Islands, I wouldn't be worried about batting. As a matter of fact, I'd welcome my chances at batting. But in order for the Leewards to bat, they have to dismiss the Trinidad and Tobago team, because I don't see them declaring anytime early tomorrow.
Oh, no,
they would be looking to bat as much of tomorrow as possible and to keep piling on the pressure.
Yes, and as I said a while ago, Kyle, I think they will be seriously thinking in terms of trying to bat just once in this match so far.
I tell you something, at 5:16 in the afternoon and the covers coming on for a slight drizzle, I don't know if we are going to get play again this afternoon. I do not see the visibility getting a lot better than this, because it's that time of the year when the days are shorter. Now, here is the other problem that you face. The wind has been so high that it is causing all kinds of grief for the groundsmen and in terms of getting the pitch covered. I think there are too many people on the southern side of the covers. You need people on the eastern side of the covers where the wind is coming from to control that end.
Oh, yes, certainly. And we have seen this happening. We saw it happening earlier today. It's happening again.
And they have just realized what I spoke about. So those players who are on the eastern side are now moving across to those who are on the southern side are moving across to the eastern side.
It's critical, though, that they try and cover the playing strip properly. I'm not too certain if they had that taken care of.
I can tell you that they have not.
Oh, well.
Because you see a part of the cover which goes onto the playing surface itself.
Yes,
this is the main cover,
which
is here. So that means that the strip itself, you just have to pray that the main cover is solid, intact, and that it does not leak. But as I said earlier, difficult to see if we are going to get any more play, because the natural light is fading fast.
It's fading fast.
And it's raining.
And it's raining. And you'll always see a bit better, Carlisle, if we open the windows a bit. But it's certainly fading. It's not as bad as it seems from behind the tint. But it is raining. But certainly it has cleared up in the eastern section of the island. And I do not think that the rain would continue for much longer, Carlisle. But the lighting could be an issue eventually. So we'll take a short break until we have any further word here from Warner Park.